The August 2020 County Commissioner meeting now come to order. If you will, please join us as Commissioner Waters does our invocation, and John Brett will do our pledge of allegiance.
Please stand. Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for the opportunity we have to do the business of Beaufort County. Father, we ask for wisdom. Father, we ask that you be with the Jerry Langley family tonight in the loss of Jerry's sister. We also ask a special prayer for Mayor Mac Hodges and his family. Father, we ask that you be with each one of us as we approach the storm early tomorrow morning. We ask that you provide protection, and we ask for your guidance. For all these things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, got it now. I didn't think it was coming on, but it's working. Okay, thanks. I want to welcome everyone here tonight. A little bit of housekeeping. If you have a cell phone, please either turn it off. Either turn it off or put it into silent mode. As you can see, we're still set up for the coronavirus. We're practicing 6 foot social distancing. And if you make a presentation at the podium, please use the Clorox wipes up here, if you will, when you're finished. We're down to conflict of interest. Is there any commissioner here who wishes to make a disclosure regarding any matter that is before this board?
Mr. Chairman, this item will come up tonight. One of the things that we're going to vote on, and I need to disclose that the gentleman is a tenant of mine, and I'm not benefiting from this item. I'll let you know.
All right, just let us know. We're down to approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0. Now we're moving on to items for presentation. Mr. Coltrane, if you'll come up to the podium.
Hello, good evening. Chairman Evans and Commissioners, thank you for having me here tonight. I apologize. I feel like I'm talking to the ones on the side here behind me, so I'll try to turn around as much as I can during the presentation.
Well, we can see you on TV.
You can see me on the TV. That's good. That's good. I'd like to thank you for having me here tonight. I'm here representing River Street Networks, previously Tri-County Broadband, and with me tonight, I have a business associate with me, Susan Chatham, who works for us in our business development team as our business development manager. And the main reason for the presentation that I have tonight is to talk with you a little bit about our company, and then a little bit about the engineering plan that the county purchased for us to develop for broadband. Giving you a little bit of a background for our company, Wilkes Telephone Membership Corporation is a cooperative. It's the parent of all of our businesses. It's owned by its members. It's a 69-year-old operation. It was established in 1951. We currently have 83 employees in that organization. And back in just a few years ago, finishing up in 2015 and 16, Wilkes Telephone Membership Corporation applied for American Recovery and Reinvestment Act and received $15.6 million in stimulus funds to put with a total project for $44 million to pass every customer in Wilkes County with fiber to the home. At the same time, in tandem, Tri-County Telephone Membership Corporation, doing business as Tri-County Broadband, received a very similar stimulus grant for $14.2 million. It was a combination of loan and grant to pass all of the customers in the membership territory for Tri-County Telephone, as well as contiguous areas to Tri-County. That total project totaled at $20 million. And after passing those customers in both of those territories, we have the ability to provide 100 by 100 meg symmetrical service at a baseline package and up to 1 gig of service. So it's extremely fast data for this ever-changing world that we're in today. In 2015, after completing that co-op footprint with fiber, we looked around and we thought, okay, how can we take the resources that we have and expand them throughout the rest of the unserved and underserved areas in North Carolina? And at that point in time, we created a company called River Street Management Services, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wilkes Telephone Membership Corporation. There's roughly 137 employees now combined between the two entities, and the purpose of this company was to create a regional network expansion for growth through edge outs, acquisition, mergers, and such as the one with Tri-County, and public-private partnerships. When you look at the co-ops in North Carolina for telephone and broadband service, there were 8 co-ops as of 2014. You can see them highlighted on the map above or on your screen. The green large donut in the west is Wilkes County, and that's the Wilkes Telephone or TMC original footprint area. And then you can see the Tri-County TMC footprint area in the east. There are now several other co-ops in North Carolina: Skyline, Surrey, Yadkin Valley, Randolph, Star, and Atlantic. So Tri-County TMC's merger was an approach to be better together. Tri-County had been a very strong corporation here in the community. It had functioned for many years, of which I have been a part of that organization for 22 years. We had accommodated fiber to all the customers. We were, back in the early days, we were one of the first companies to do an all-digital switch in the state. And so by trying to look and see how we could become better, we started looking for other co-ops that would want to have us merge with them. And in the meanwhile, Wilkes was looking to see how they could merge with another co-op to be better together financially and stronger. And so their company and our company being formed close to the same time, having exchanges in the west and in the east. We combined the members. They had 8,248 members. We had 2,168. They had 3,000 non-members. We had just over 1,000 non-members. And we just felt like the two companies were better together. And that has proven to be true since that merger went through in 2018. We have been expanding across North Carolina and Virginia because of that merger. When you look at fiber deployment in North Carolina, especially at broadbandnow.com, you can see that North Carolina ranks 36 in the country for deployment of fiber optics. And specifically, when I bounce back to the previous screen of co-ops, you will notice that the majority of the fiber is in the co-op territories. And all of the Wilkes property and all of the Tri-County property have been built with fiber. Now, since 2015, we've been expanding quite quickly. Our goal was to acquire small, independent, copper-based phone companies. After merging with Tri-County and River Street together, or Wilkes together, we started acquiring companies across North Carolina and Virginia. And you can kind of see the footprint that's here of the different properties that we have. Part of this was to expand our bench, but also to look at wireless technologies and the opportunities for fixed wireless in the existing fiber networks that we already have or contiguous to those. And so we've just been through a flurry of acquisitions. We've acquired about 6 wireless companies since 2017-18 timeframe, and we've got a couple that we'll be closing on in October. Now, if you look at this map here, you'll also see some tangerine-colored orange. The darker tangerine areas are where we received $32 million in Connect America Fund money. And this was FCC money that was created in order to build out broadband in rural areas. When you bid on this, it was through a reverse auction. And you had to have it built within 6 years, and the FCC will pay you back your award over a 10-year period of time. And so that's the dark orange colors. The lighter orange colors are some of the wireless projects that we have going on. I'll get into those with you in just a minute. And then the dark green are fiber territories, and the lighter green are copper and wireless territories. Roughly today, by the end of this year, we anticipate that we'll have about 16,000 wireline customers and just about 7,000 wireless customers. When you look at some of the things that we're a bit proud of, we are a GIG certified company through the National Broadband Association, NTCA, and we also received in the top 15 the NTCA Smart Rural Trailblazer. Of 850 companies nationwide, we were in the top 15 in the nation to receive this certification. When you look at River Street broadband pricing, we have fiber-based pricing, and that baseline pricing is approximately $80 a month for 100 meg by 100 meg symmetrical service. We have a cooperative discount, whether you're in the co-op territory or not, which would apply a $10 discount to your service. And then if you're part of a low-income Lifeline discount program, there's the possibility that you can receive another $9.25 off of your bill. So that would put that price point at about $60.75 a month. It also includes a free phone line with unlimited nationwide calling and all the calling features, free Wi-Fi in the residence, and 24/7 technical support. On the wireless broadband side, we have two baseline prices where we provide 25 meg down and 3 meg up, approximately 25 meg down or up to 25 meg down. That's $55 a month, and you could get the $10 discount for the co-op plus the Lifeline discount, so you're looking at roughly $35.75 a month for that service if you're a low-income family. Then we do have a wireless tier that is a 50 meg, and you can see that on the screen. We've tried really hard to be a good corporate sponsor through this pandemic. With COVID-19, we offered free Wi-Fi hotspots across the state of North Carolina and Virginia. I think the last count, there was about 70 hotspots that we had turned up. We have a good chunk of them right here in Beaufort County. And you can visit River Street, myriverstreet.net/ or go to myriverstreet.net, and you can access a link there on that website that will take you to see the free wireless hotspots that are available here in Beaufort County. And that was in an effort to help students and teachers and families that were impacted who might not have reliable broadband, and we've been really pleased to be able to help people in that way. Other county projects underway. We've been working for quite a amount of time now with Stokes County, North Carolina. They basically created 3 tranches of a grant for us. It was $600,000 a year for 3 years. We took that and turned it into $10 million and basically built a fiber backbone through all of Stokes County in an effort to reach those rural underserved areas. We also received some of that Connect America Fund money in Stokes County. Looking in the Virginia market, the CAF2, $32 million that I spoke to you just moments ago about. This is a map outlining where those areas are located. This build will help 9 rural counties in Virginia receive fiber-based broadband, and these 9 counties are in the central southern part of Virginia. Some of them are contiguous to other properties that we already have in Virginia as well. And King and Queen County, Virginia, is the little fingerling county that's just east of Richmond. Pretty neat design of how we came up with a full fiber build there. We were able to work with the county government. We were able to work with the state grant program. We were able to combine it with CAF funding and also the USDA Reconnect program in order to pull off a $20 million fiber build for that entire county. That county is going to be awarding us roughly $3.5 million over 3 years to help build the fiber of a $20 million project. We're also working on some fixed wireless projects. Dinwiddie County, Virginia and Amelia County, Virginia both combined their efforts to go in and apply for a private partner to come in and utilize $3.5 million that they received from the Tobacco Commission in Virginia. They had something fall through with the vendor that they chose. They put it back out for bid. We bid on it. They awarded it to us, and now we're working to build fixed wireless in those 2 counties. We also applied through the State VATI program, which is much like the GREAT grant here in North Carolina, and received a grant for $150,000 well, we put $150,000 in, and the county put $150,000 in, and we received another $700,000 from the state to build a fixed wireless network in Patrick County, Virginia. We applied for a GREAT grant through an acquisition of North Carolina Wireless for Person County, North Carolina, and we've been working aggressively to help that wireless company that's now a part of the family of River Street Networks to build fixed wireless all throughout Person County. When you look at county-funded projects, I spoke to you about Stokes County, it's $1.8 million. Person County's was $250,000 grant with a $250,000 match, totaling $500,000. We talked about Patrick County and $1 million Dinwiddie, but I have those outlined here. Last year, we also partnered with the North Carolina Electric Membership Association. They have a statewide association. I'm sure many of you are familiar. Many of us are served by electrics. Tideland Electric serves a good majority of this county. There's 26 electric cooperatives. All 26 of those cooperatives form the association. The CEOs of those companies are the board for the statewide association. We went through a pretty aggressive vetting process with them to allow them to secure us as a partner for their statewide network. I'm sure some of you may be familiar with the fact that years ago our state built a fiber ring across North Carolina that's managed through MCNC, and the Electric Association secured an IRU and to be able to use fiber in that ring for about 25 years, I think it was. And they wanted to be able to monetize that asset. They knew being connected to all the electrics with fiber, if they had a way that they could utilize that network with a partner, that they would be able to help the electrics actually serve their members with broadband service. So through that process, we formed a new company called the Rural Broadband Network. And the Rural Broadband Network is 50% owned by River Street and 50% owned by the North Carolina Electric Cooperative Association. And through this partnership, we're able to provide a broadband-in-the-box solution for the electric cooperatives. If they should choose to want to get in the broadband business, they can get direct connectivity via that statewide network back to River Street properties and serve their customers broadband. So let's talk a little bit about Beaufort County. And before I do that, do you guys have any questions about anything so far? Beaufort County Service Area Map. This is a pink blob that basically represents the northeastern side of the river where Tri-County has services today, where we provide the majority of that fiber to the home. A little bit of that in the Hyde County market is fixed wireless, where we've been providing that for about 10 years in parts of Hyde County. When you look at the overall color chart here of Beaufort County, you'll see some blues. This is taken off of the North Carolina One Map. The One Map is created through the Broadband Infrastructure Office here in North Carolina. It's a part of the Department of Information Technology. And they basically took the FCC's map of areas that are considered unserved, which is anything less than 25 and 3, and they narrowed it down to actually say these people in these blue areas are receiving less than 10 meg or down 1 meg up. And so this is kind of what we consider to be the real problematic areas in the county where people don't have access to reliable broadband. Now, what is reliable broadband? That is an argument that everybody has. People who have access to 25 meg service feel like that's not reliable. Usually when you get into someone having 100 meg symmetrical, they feel like they have pretty reliable broadband service. But we have a real problem here in Beaufort County because we have some people who can't receive greater than 2 or 3 meg of internet with their existing provider. And then you have others that live in the townships that have decent broadband service either through a cable provider or on the northeast region of the county where they have access to fiber through River Street networks. And so that's what we attempted to approach through the research that we did. The current maps across the country right now are based on self-reporting, which basically means that if you're a broadband provider, if you're a cable, fiber, copper-based company and you're providing service to a customer, that you report to the FCC what you're providing your customers. And the current maps have been projected to be inaccurate by approximately 38%. So the map that I just showed you of the blue is taken from inaccurate maps. So about 38% more people than what you saw reflected on that map actually don't have access to reliable broadband. U.S. Telecom and CostQuest, both of which we are in pilot tests with, are working to develop new maps, and you can find out more about that at ustelecom.org. But they're working to create new maps that we're hoping that will be out sometime in the next 12 to 18 months. And the FCC currently defines broadband as 25 meg down and 3 meg up. And if you don't have that, then you're considered unserved. So how fast is fast enough? When we talk about telemedicine and home health, or when we talk about telework or work from home, the homework gap, this is probably the biggie right now with kids returning to school on a new schedule. How do we get these kids served from home? How many devices do they connect in their home? And then what are they using that for outside of work and outside of schooling? So are they using it for video streaming and over-the-top services, whether it may be high definition, 4K or 8K services? So Beaufort County available state and federal funding is based on outdated maps and unserved areas. We're working from a countrywide level to update these maps, and we have several funding mechanisms that are going on both in our state and on a national level to help bring broadband to rural communities. And so we're focused on all of those things and have taken all of that into consideration with this engineering plan. So what is this engineering plan? It's actually a broadband expansion plan, or it's a blueprint. And what we feel very adamant about is the fact that if you're going to build a home, you're going to want to build a blueprint so that you know what that house looks like and how much it's going to cost. And sometimes you may set the bar really high, and maybe that's what you need to do, because if you're going to start raising funds to build you a house, you need to look at the worst case scenario for what the cost of that would look like. Now, I'm not going to show you these slides today in an effort to cause you to have a sticker shock, but it's a realistic conceptual design of what we feel like it would take to build fiber optic to this county and future-proof our county and create all the things that we feel are necessary to help empower the citizens of this county to compete on a national level through their business, through education, through home health, etc. So if you will, allow me to go through this blueprint with you just for a moment. Beaufort County's fiber to the prim, or well, let me give you some analogies first. So FTTP stands for fiber to the premise. You also may hear that term referred to as fiber to the home. But it's basically when a fiber optic network travels across the communications company's network, such as ours, and goes right up to the house or the business. And everybody has their exclusive access to broadband across that connection. They don't share that broadband connection with anyone. So when we looked at the county, what we wanted to do is we wanted to look at the areas that we felt like were already receiving what is considered 25 and 3 or greater. And when you look at the city of Washington, Chocowinity, and Belhaven, those areas get excluded immediately because there's cable operators and telephone providers in all three of those cities that are already promoting to the FCC that they're able to provide 25 and 3 or greater service. But we wanted to make sure that this engineering plan was an all-encompassing plan for the whole county. So we will show you in just a moment what the price looks like to build a fiber network countywide. But in order to have an adequate network, you have to have a backbone. A lot of times when people start thinking about communication services, we think of wireless and wireless technologies. But in order for wireless to work, it has to come down the tower and physically connect to a landline of some type. It could be copper, it could be coax, it could be fiber-based. But this backbone is what carries all the traffic in Beaufort County back to the internet. And so in order to approximate what the cost of this would be, our engineering group actually developed what they consider to be 7 nodes that would be placed throughout the areas of the county that don't currently have access to fiber. And when building this backbone network, it will actually pass some people. So when you're building the network, you can build it in such a way that you could connect people to that fiber network when passing them. But in this particular design, we passed 690 customers on these main corridors. If we create that backbone today and we don't connect any customers to it, at a 10,000-foot view, we're assuming a cost of $5,734,000. That would be to just build the backbone itself. If we connected 30% of those homes, which would be 207 of the 690, it would increase the price to $6,175,000. And then to connect 100% of the homes passed, all 690, would be a total price tag of around $7,200,000. Now, earlier in July, I believe Brian sent you guys a full copy of this engineering plan or blueprint. It's a large document. It was well over 100 pages. So I didn't print copies for you to have because I felt like you would pull it up on your computer and go through and at your leisure look through that. But inside of that document, you'll find attachment 5, which is a map that shows that area. And I brought a map here tonight that I'm going to leave with Brian for him to keep here in his office. And we can get you some more, Brian, if you need them. Now, if we took this node, these 7 nodes, and if we do a complete build with exclusion of Belhaven, Chocowinity, and Washington, but we picked up all the other areas in the county, the rural areas in the county, there would be approximately 768 cable miles. We would pass 12,767 customers. With no customers at all, just building that network would cost $28 million. 30% of those homes would be $36 million, and then 100% to connect all 100% of the homes would be $55 million. Now, if we completely built all of Beaufort County, a complete overbuild, which included Belhaven, Chocowinity, and Washington, there would be 921 cable miles. We would pass roughly 19,000 homes. With no customers, it would cost $48 million. 30% of those customers connecting, which is roughly 6,000 customers, would be $62 million. And if we tried to connect 100% of every customer in the county, it would be right at $100 million. Now, realistically, we know that that's not feasible at this time. And what we tried to do in our conversations with Brian was look at how can we begin to eat this elephant one spoonful at a time. And so when you start looking at breaking it down, because of the experience that our company has gained, and a lot of the experience that I've gained over the last few years, has been trying to come up with funding that can help subsidize the cost and take it in bits and pieces. And so if we were going to build the network and start with a backbone or try to get the backbone connected to the vertical assets that you guys have as a county, which would be your water tanks, what would that look like? And we would need to build the backbone first, but then we would utilize those vertical assets that are here. Now, going forward with this blueprint and looking at state funding opportunities, we would like to focus on the North Carolina Great Grant Program. Each year that state budget is $15 million. I believe last year's legislation, they formed 10 years worth of $15 million that would be paid out across the state. And that is a grant process where you award and you're given points, and those base points help you determine whether or not your project is a viable project. And then if you win, then the state awards those to you, and then you have 24 months to get the network built. And so what we'd like to do is focus on the North Carolina Great Grant Program, which is geared toward wireless projects and up to a $2 million grant match. Now, what something like that would look like would be something like this. And this is the same type of project that we've done with the other counties that I showed you, where we've had some really good success. But essentially, we would be looking at reaching for a project that would be $3,636,000 in project design. And if we looked at all your water tanks, if we looked at where we needed fiber access, we would do all of that through what we call a wireless propagation plan. The wireless propagation plan, and I try not to get too technical and bore the heck out of you, but a wireless propagation plan has to take into consideration the elevation that you're going to put electronics on to beam out to customers. It also has to take into consideration the land topography. Well, we're pretty flat here, but we have pine trees, and pine trees can create a great big, thick, dense border wall to block and break down signal from getting through. A propagation study will take that into consideration, and it'll determine how many homes with what technology on how tall of a device can get how far out and how many people you can pick up. And so that would be the next step of what we would need to start talking about at some point in time. Now, if we go after a great grant in North Carolina through their great grant program, we would be looking at something like this, where River Street could put up $818,000 and Beaufort County would put up $818,000, and together we would more than double our money to be able to impact people with a greater thrust in Beaufort County. Now, they are considering the legislation changes in North Carolina that may take this program to where you could receive more than $2 million in an award. You could get up to $2.8. But if that increased, we could increase the matching amount if the county chose to do some type of a partnership like this. Now, before we go too far, I want to talk to you about the pros and the cons with fixed wireless. Some of the pros is the ability to more quickly deploy to areas of immediate need. Our department, the business development department, Susan, myself, and 2 other business development managers are fielding calls on a daily basis. Pretty intense, pretty desperate calls from counties saying, we need broadband and we need it now. And we've got areas where we've got our constituents that are just really jumping up and down because they feel like they're getting left behind. Their students are getting left behind. And so we've had the opportunity to hear a lot of things that we can apply to the practical nature of this. And when we talk about the desire to want to deploy something more quickly, that's usually what we're hearing from people is let's get this up and let's get it up quick. The deployment cost is approximately 25% of deploying fiber. So that can be maybe more reachable of a price. And you would use county assets like towers, water tanks, etc. The pricing for the project is so much more affordable, and it's an efficient gateway to get to a long-term fiber to the home solution. So if you can imagine biting off that elephant, building fiber out to the fixed assets that we have in the county, and then working towards a wireless project, then after you get the customers established, you automatically have demand. And you have customers that eventually, within about 5 years, the wireless network that you've built is going to depreciate. It's probably not going to be working as well, and customers are going to be demanding more broadband. So you've already built something that you can add on to and use to get fiber closer to the customer. So part of those cons is that this service is limited pretty much to a line of sight or near line of sight to wherever the signal's coming out. And it doesn't reach everybody. It doesn't reach every home. That's why we do the propagation study to determine how many people we can reach with the technology. And the speeds are not fast as fiber to the home. You're going to get up to 25 meg where you can get up to a gig on fiber service. And it requires frequent upgrades to equipment. Now, the North Carolina Bio Office, NC State University, the Friday Institute, the Superintendent of Schools in Hyde County, and Tideland Electric and River Street have been working for the last 6 months on a pilot project in Hyde County in an effort to test a new technology called TV Whitespace. And that technology is using the old signal that we used to have for traditional analog TV service. You remember when we could put an antenna up on our house and we could pick up 7, 9, and 12 in our home, and then they switched it all to digital and everybody got a box and everything went digital, and then before long you couldn't pick up a signal if you didn't have one of those digital receivers. Well, what the FCC did was they reclaimed that and they called it TV Whitespace. and that technology is now being deployed in pocket areas across the country. And it is actually, from what we're finding, it will penetrate objects, trees, and things better than a lot of the technology that we have out today. So we are up to our eyeballs in research and trying to stay with the technology so that we make sure that whatever we do, that we're doing it in the most affordable and efficient way as possible, because I will remind you, we're a co-op at our core. So as a co-op, if we spend money, we turn around and reinvest that money right back into the areas that we are spending that money, including here. So we have separate P&L statements, and when we put a project together like this, anything that grows here, the funding stays here to continue to grow contiguously to that network, which is another thing that I'm really proud to be a part of. So we can also talk about, from a federal level, that the FCC has what's called the Rural Digital Opportunities Fund. And it's an auction that starts in October, but it's $20.4 billion. It'll be set up in 2 auctions. The majority of that will go out the door, with $16 million being in the first auction, and that's coming up beginning in October. What they'll be doing is they'll be looking at unserved areas across the state, across the country, and they'll be awarding it out just like the Connect America Fund auction that we participated in back in 2017 and 18. It'll be the same exact process. And we plan to focus on working through the auction in different places across the North Carolina and Virginia to secure funding where it makes the best sense. But we are in a current quiet period, and as much as I'd like to be able to share details with you tonight, I cannot. For legal reasons. I can share with you what is public information that is on the auction, on the FCC's Auction 904 website at fcc.gov, and it will basically allow you to drill down and find the pocket areas in this area and click on it and see what the reserve price is for the auction for those different pocket areas. Another area of funding is the United States Department of Agriculture's Reconnect grant program. They created 3 buckets. The intention of that grant program was to provide $600 million in the first year, $550 million in the second year, and $550 million in the third year. But because of COVID, there's been some injections into that program. So this year, they added $100 million to it to make it $650 million, and those awards are starting to just now trickle out from USDA. And then next year, there will be $900 million in that program. And that is placed into buckets where you, well, we use 2019, for example. In 2019, they had a $200 million bucket for 100% grants. And then they had $200 million for 50-50 grant loans, and then a 100% loan for $200 million. And we've had some really good success in this Reconnect program. And this is just an illustration of where some of those awards have been. You will notice the blue areas are the areas that we received Connect America Fund money. We borrowed another $48 million to put with the $32 million that we received in grant funds in order to pull off almost an $80 million project in 9 counties. And we have pending applications now through this program. We applied for a grant for our Saluda Mountain telephone property, our service telephone property, which is down near Fair Bluff. And we're really hoping that that area doesn't get impacted by flooding again. They've taken a beating down there over the last few years. And then we also applied for an application in service. One is a grant, one is a loan. And so those projects are underway. When you look at the project history, when you take combined what Tri-County's done and what Wilkes has done and all the entities that we have acquired, we have secured almost $150 million in grant and match and loan funds since 2010 to present, which is something that we think is great. We also have a tool that we use to gauge interest. That is join.buildriverstreet.com. And in a minute, I'm going to talk with you about how we'd like to use this type tool to market and promote the potential opportunities in the county so that we can see who is interested in what services, what speeds they have today, so that we can figure out where those cluster areas are to build to first. I mentioned to you the electric partnership. We have a pilot going now with Piedmont Electric Membership Corporation. They serve Person County, Orange County, parts of Durham County, Caswell, Granville, right in the central northern part of the state. We partnered with them in a marketing exercise to gauge interest, and through that, we built them a branded website. We've talked with Tideland EMC through the partnership about what we could do to work with them, and they are agreeable to try to help in any way that makes sense. When customers go there or potential customers go there and they gauge their interest, it puts a little green dot on the map, which begins to light up the little cluster areas. And if you zoom in, it kind of looks like something like this for us. But this is a very powerful tool. It allows the individual to take a speed test so we can actually capture what type of speed services that they're getting for broadband. So in summary, Beaufort County Broadband Project and next steps. What we would really like for the county to do is engage with us to create this marketing plan to do a county gauging of interest by zones. And we've already created those zones that are outlined in the engineering plan. But once we gauge the interest, kind of in tandem with that, River Street wants to pursue federal funding for long-term fiber-to-the-home edge-out expansion of the current River Street network that's already here. And we would like to develop a business case for a fixed wireless project here as a pilot to provide service sooner and to be more cost-effective in that effort. We'd like to identify areas to launch potential fixed wireless pilot projects in what would be called a phase 1, and we would apply for all possible matching funding from the state and federal programs for phase 1. And then we would also pursue funding opportunities for education and healthcare partnerships in the county to focus on student and low-income residents through the CARES Act, E-rate, devices for students, and other connectivity. So in summary, River Street will work with the county to develop a strategic plan based on funding opportunities and blueprints. We would also present a formal proposal to this group at a later date. And we already have a partnership queued up with Tideland EMC that we really feel like would help create strong viability and a three-legged bar stool, if you will, between River Street, Tideland, and the county, should the county pursue any of the aforementioned information that I've shared with you today. So at this time, I'd like to take a few moments and answer any questions that you may have. I realize I've kind of fed you through a fire hose, and I apologize, but it's a lot of information to take in.
Commissioner Stan?
What you're talking about basically is just a hardware build out of a pipe, a conduit for connectivity. Hopefully minimum of a 25 to 3 and hopefully greater. I think I get like 100 and up, and if I get 100 down and up, I think I'm about 9.
Right.
So so you're looking at least 25 to 3.
Up to 25 and 3 on the wireless technology.
On the wireless technology. Okay, on the wire, what are you looking for again?
Well, if we put in a fiber network, it would be up to a gig. They could get up to a gig of service on the
So but there's no guarantee of that at this point.
Unless they have fiber to passing their home, like we've done in the Tri-County area, there's not any other fiber available and a fiber to the home in the county.
Yeah.
Not for residential use. There are some commercial applications in the city of Washington, Bellhaven, and Chocowinity where businesses could connect to fiber, but nothing on the residential side.
So if they had fiber out at the street and a nice big thick copper wire coming to their house, what would be the capacity?
If they bond copper together,
Mm-hmm.
the potential is there to provide up to 25 meg maybe. We've seen in areas that we've tested up to 20 meg.
20
Yeah, but
megabits.
again, it depends on how close you are in proximity to the electronics, not so much the fiber.
Okay. And you're not looking to really get into the web building or content generating or platform building?
Now, our core market, our sweet spot for what we do is providing bandwidth to customers.
Yeah, you're there to help those that want to build the platforms.
Right, that's correct.
Get it to their base and their viewership quicker.
Correct.
Okay.
And in Beaufort County and in Wilkes County, unique to some of our other networks, we actually provide voice, video, and data. So we actually have a video component here that's fed to them over their fiber network. So they can have TV and data and telephone all in one fiber line.
Is that for local usage or how does that work?
You pay a subscription fee for the cable or the TV service. We call it IPTV. The phone service is free with the fiber, and we'll be launching that here in the Belhaven, what we call the River Street Belhaven market. Sometime after the first of this year, we'll offer a bundle where it includes the free phone line with it. And so that's something that we're changing some electronics and equipment here to be able to accommodate, but we're already doing it in our Wilkes market.
And basically, you guys work as a nonprofit.
Well, okay, so that's a good question. The question is are we a nonprofit? The parent company,
NGO.
The overarching company is a cooperative, and so everything rolls back into the cooperative.
So basically, it's the same philosophy, maybe.
But all the areas outside of the Wilkes co-op territory and the original Tri-County territory is considered for-profit. It's a for-profit entity. It operates under what's called a competitive local exchange company and can compete. We have a license to do that in North Carolina and Virginia.
Okay.
John, did you have a question?
Just a couple. You said something about wireless degrades, fixed wireless degrades over time. Can you explain that?
Well,
What's happening?
So what basically happens is over time the demand becomes greater than the current technology of today. And so the technology has to constantly be being upgraded and changed out.
Which is what we're doing all the time, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
What, in your view, is going to be the impact of 5G?
That's a bit of a loaded question. So 5G is what's considered a concentrated cell service, where you have to have multiple 5G devices in very close proximity. That works really well in suburban areas and in the cities, not so much in rural, because you have to have them really close together, and the cost of the equipment is still pretty high. Not to say that 5G doesn't have a place to play in providing broadband, but in rural, we're just not seeing it being a feasible, affordable way to get massive amounts of broadband to people.
Okay. Because U.S. Cellular says they're coming.
Yeah, and most of the cellular companies are putting in 5G service, but if you'll notice when you see their towers are 4, 5, 6 miles apart. In order to serve 5G service to customers, you have to be within about a mile.
Would that be an alternative to work with grants to get that type of service?
There aren't currently any grant. There's a mobility grant that was offered some time ago for the cellular providers that they received funding, in fact, to do what you're talking about, to provide 5G.
And what would the timing be on fiber? I mean, if somebody said go today for Beaufort County.
Right. If we want a grant to do Beaufort County, we're looking at a 6-year build process. It took us 6 years to do the entire project we had in the Tri-County footprint, the original Tri-County footprint. I would say at least 6 years at a minimum that it would take us to build a countywide fiber project.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
We're talking about ways to subsidize service in areas that cannot generate enough revenue to provide that service. So we're talking about a subsidy system. How does satellite internet compete with what you're talking about?
Oh, that's a really good question. Up until now, the only solution that we've had in the commercial space is HughesNet or DirecTV has I think they bought into a provider to provide satellite-based broadband. There's a lot of latency. So if you can imagine when you send a signal across a piece of fiber, it's using light wave, and the light passes the speed of light. So you could send data from here to Belhaven in 5 milliseconds, like boom. But when you try to shoot that from your yard or the rooftop from a satellite dish up to orbit and then receive a response back down, there's a much longer latency. And that creates all kinds of problems. It's also not an unlimited service, so you don't get to use it and eat all you want. It's very limited on the amount of bandwidth. When you reach your cap, they slow you down, like way down. So most people that I've had exposure to, and if you talk to people who are having to use such a solution, they'll say if they're sending email or if they're just casually surfing the web, it probably works okay. But if they're trying to use it for business or telemedicine or anything where they're having to use virtual video, and today we're doing a lot of that obviously, but it's just not feasible. And it's expensive too. So usually you pay a $500 setup fee to get into the service, and then once you have the service, you're going to pay, $80, $90 a month, and then if you go over, they're going to charge you so much for everything you go over. So.
Commissioner Booth.
I know you were talking about Charcoal Energy, Washington, Belhaven. Is the south side of the river included in this study?
Yes, sir. That's where the majority of this build is. So when you look at the blueprint and when you look at this map, and
Good.
I'll try to see if I can do this in such a way that everybody can kind of see it. Maybe if I stand over here in Jerry's place there. So basically, when you look at the blueprint, if you can visualize the Pamlico River running right up the middle here, all of this white space through here is the traditional Tri-County build area, so it's already covered. This is the town of Belhaven. Actually, no. Susan, is that beach? That's, I can't really, I've got my glasses here. I'm bending my head all back trying to figure it out. So this is node 7, which is the town of Belhaven. And then this is out in the old Ford community, and then this is down below Chocowinity and all the way around to Aurora. And it's busted into zones, and when you get a chance and you can social distance and get closer to this thing, you'll see that there's hash marks here, and they're divided up into individual zones, kind of based on townships or areas in the county. So did that answer the question?
Yeah, I just didn't hear you say anything about the southern part of the county.
Yes, sir. And see, Toddland EMC serves that side of the county with power, and so there's the potential for us to partner with them in order to make this project more cost affordable.
Thank you.
Frank.
Just 2 comments, Greg. Most of the concerns we've had from people in the county has been on the south side of the river in the Aurora area, as there is no service or lack of service. Is that the number 1 priority in the study? Would be that one spot?
Right. And it really will be when we do as we're doing a propagation plan for the wireless service in the county, we would be using that crowd fiber marketing tool, that website, to get as many people down there, and we would utilize the potential for the electric cooperative to help us market to their membership down there to determine who's interested. And that would be running in tandem, and then we would utilize that to say, okay, here's the hot pockets. They're going to show up real quick when you start letting people know that they can go to this website, join.buildriverstreet.com. People are going to go there and take a survey, and immediately green dots are going to start popping up on our tool. And so, real quickly, we're going to know where those hot pockets are, and those would be the areas that we would work with the county to go after a great grant or some other program, either on a state or federal level to fund.
I know that Tideland connects some of their substation with fiber. Do they have any on the south side?
They do.
Okay.
They do. And that's a part of the consideration of what we focused on in the bill.
Thank you.
I know we met, yourself and myself and Frankie met a couple of years ago. It sounds like you've really been busy since then, and the technology is really kind of coming along, so. Any other questions? We appreciate it. Great presentation.
Thank you. Stan, thank you for getting this thing loaded and ready.
Yeah, man. Hey, you got about 3 sheets. You need more. Use them well.
Next presentation, the operating schedule for the school system. Mr. Richardson, Commissioner Richardson.
Well, initially, the schools were invited to come and give a presentation as to how they're approaching the school system for the coming year. The superintendent has sent word that he is so busy with the hurricane that he can't be here tonight. Well, there's a lot of interesting questions that we need to ask the superintendent when he gets here, like where's he getting his money from to do what he's doing, who's paying for what, and what his budget looks like for this year. So with that, since he can't be here tonight, there is no report, but I would ask the clerk that he is on the agenda again next month for the same program.
I have a question. At some point, weren't we going to meet with the school board in these chambers? I mean, it's large enough, they can sit back here. When we sit up here, public can't come, but we'll have it on TV. Did we not discuss, or at least some discussion that was made that we would meet with the school board?
We talked about it during the budget, but they had 3 public meetings, one on the south side, one on the north side, one in Washington High School. They had it open to the public, so you could go in and ask again.
Yeah.
That's how the operation's going to work.
Still, I mean, we weren't there though. I mean, I was thinking, are we going to meet with them? Do we want to meet with them?
I don't.
Well, I believe statutorily, they are required to meet with us during the preparation of the budget. But other than that, I don't really think they want to meet with us because they've got their $17 million as a lump sum payment, and they can do whatever they want to with it. And all I'm trying to do is let the public know where the money's being spent, because a lot of parents are really concerned that the students are not in school, that the students are having to have a month, which is a wasted month of learning on the internet. And internet learning, I'm here to tell you, is a waste of time. So we need to keep pressure on these people to make sure the citizens of Beaufort County and the children get the education that they're entitled to, instead of the game playing that seems to be going on with the political football of when children go to school.
I think the school board, they want to do the right thing, but they're frightened. I mean, the cases are up in Beaufort County, and they're frightened. They may not be hearing all the right science. You know, we keep hearing science. You know, somebody knows science better than the other. But what I'm hearing right now is children are better off in a classroom situation. There may be problems for the teachers, but what I'm hearing from the superintendent myself is that's being fitted out right now, where that will be remedied, and that interaction will be minimal, where they could create a problem. But what we're finding with the schools being closed, with businesses being closed, with people having a very odd life to live right now, they're not used to it. I mean, we've never done this before in our nation. We've got suicides are up about 3 times. Overdoses are up about 3 times. We're losing more people, more than we normally do, to suicide and overdose than we are to COVID right now. So we're going to have to, as a nation, we're going to have to make a decision. And schools are part of it. I mean, it's bad. I hate to see people get sick, but people are killing themselves. People are ODing. It's just not the way societies work, the way we're working now. It's never been done before in this nation. I don't think it's ever been done in any nation before. well, not the way we're doing it.
Commissioner Richardson, Child Support Awareness Month.
Yes, there's a proclamation here for Child Support Awareness Month, and one of the reasons I'm presenting this is because I'm the Title IV representative for Beaufort County, and this is the group of people who collect money called the Deadbeat Dad Program, if you want a common name for it, and it's for people who don't pay child support. And I want to do an advertisement for that group tonight. I think they're doing a great job for Beaufort County, and they have been doing a great job. We've contracted this out to a private company, and they provide this service at a lot of other locations in the United States. But my message to the public again is there's two ways to go on child support. You can go and hire a lawyer, and you can go to standard court, and you will be there forever. And you will get hung up in the system, and nothing will happen, and you'll pay the lawyer a lot of money. The other way is free of charge, and that is to call social services, get the number, let them send you to the Title IV people that we have contracted to do this work, and that is free of charge. The charges that go with this are very small. Sometimes you may have to pay for a paternity test, sometimes you may have to pay a court fee, but they are nothing like what you will pay an attorney, and things move out much more rapidly than they do going with an attorney and getting into the court system. So if you're having these kinds of problems, please call social services, and they will refer you to the program, and they will take your case, and things will start happening pretty quickly. Most people are not aware of these liens that are placed once the determination of liability has been made. That lien lasts 10 years after that child is 18 years old. So you've got a lot of protection, and this is a good law and a good way to do it. Back to this proclamation of Child Support Awareness Month. I'm not going to read this proclamation because I think everybody knows what child awareness is, but I move that we pass the proclamation so that this is a national celebration for the collection of monies for people to support their children.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 6-0, motion's adopted. Ms. Radcliffe. Yep.
We're going to move this real quick. We should have done this to start with so we don't have folks with their back to everybody.
Mr. Chairman. Going back to the schools, if you would like to see the video on each one of those 3 public forums, they're on their website.
We set up those videos for them.
Okay. But you can't go online and see those.
We do it the website, I'm saying.
I think the point was, were we going to start meeting with the school board and superintendent as trying to establish some sort of partnership in this? I mean, we're giving them $17 million a year. Shouldn't we be working with them over the course of the year to ensure that their needs are being met and that our needs, the needs of the community are being met?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to everyone. I'd like to just spend a few minutes tonight giving you an update on the county finances. Going to spend some time on sales tax, since that is the revenue that we are most concerned about with the COVID event going on. So you all have a handout in front of you placed at your seat this evening, and that's what I'll be going through. You can see I put together a little schedule there that shows our sales tax for the past 12 months. And we've got fiscal year 18-19 actual collections listed, what we've collected July through May of 2020, the difference between the two, and then the percentage change. And of course, what I want to remind you is that there's a 3-month lag in sales tax. So what you're seeing here listed is the actual sales for that month. It's not until 3 months later that we actually get the distribution from the state. So looking at the numbers there, I've got the 3 months highlighted, March, April, and May. Those are the months that the COVID event were going on that we've actually already received those sales tax distributions. And you can see there for March, our sales tax actually went up. And if you'll remember back, the COVID event started about mid-March. So we were actually expecting a slight decrease in our sales tax, and we're very surprised when we saw that our sales tax actually went up 3.7% for March, while the state sales tax dropped 7%. So that's a 10% swing from the county, what we experienced versus what happened statewide. And then we kind of chalked that up to panic buying. We thought, everybody was running out buying toilet paper and hand sanitizer and Clorox wipes and things like that. So then the next month rolled along, which was April, and it was more realistic, I thought, or, we saw a 10.5% decrease, and that was more in line with what I certainly expected to happen and what we were being told by, some of our resources. So Beaufort County was down 10.5% in April, while the state was down 13%. And then you move forward to May, and May is the sales tax distribution that we will receive later this month. We just received word on what those numbers are, and we're up again. We're up 4% for May on our sales tax, while the state sales tax was down 4%. So sales tax is all over the place. There's a lot of uncertainty with sales tax. Not sure what's going to happen in the coming months. I can tell you that we did budget a 10.5% decrease for next year for sales tax. My hope is that I can come along, in the next few months and say, we've had growth each month and we were too low in our estimate, and we can come back and adjust sales tax up. But right now, I think it's too soon to tell. There are a lot of factors that are going to drive our sales tax numbers in the coming month, like how soon will there be a vaccine? Will our unemployment continue to go down? Unemployment rates continue to go down? Will the federal unemployment benefits be extended? And will there be any additional stimulus funds? I think all these will play a part into what our sales tax is going to look like in the coming months. The other revenue I wanted to speak to you about tonight is our water revenues for the enterprise fund. I wanted to let you know that executive orders 124 and 142, that was related to the waiver of utility penalties, interest, and disconnection of services. That did end on July 29th at 5 p.m. We're going to realize lost revenue of approximately $161,000 for not being able to collect those fees over the last, 3 or 4 month period. We will be sending out 220 certified letters this week. We're working on those now to try to work out payment plans with customers for water usage during that executive order period time. So during that executive order period, which I think ran from March 31st until July 29th, we were never able to bill the penalties, the interest, and the disconnection fees, and we'll never collect for those. But we're certainly able to bill for and collect the water usage that was used during that period. So that's what we'll be trying to collect. So that's my report for this evening. Any questions?
Any questions?
One of the things that may be driving ours is that, and I just looked at this, our unemployment rate in the county is, for June, was 6.6%. The state is 7.9%. So we're much better off than the state is, and maybe that's what's reflected in the...
Right. That may be true. I tried to make some notes on the timing of certain notable events over the last few months to see if I could try to, put the puzzle together. For example, the month that our sales tax went down to 10.5%, which is April, that's actually the month when everybody started receiving their $1,200 stimulus money. So that was kind of strange. I would have thought that would have gone the other way. But certainly, like you say, the unemployment rate did drop significantly from May to June. So hopefully our June number, which we'll get in September, that will, be on the positive side and look good. But honestly, I don't know.
Commissioner Waters?
Excuse me. Any of the federal or state COVID-19 funds, can we move any of those to offset losses on the water department or anything on solid waste enterprise?
No, we
No.
cannot. Those grant funds cannot be used as a revenue offset. In a sneaky little way, you can do that, and we are going to do that, but it's perfectly legit and on the up and up, because what we're doing with the county portion of the CARES Act funds is we are replacing county funds used to pay for EMS, salary and benefits, which essentially frees up $1.4 million for the county to put in the bank to use for whatever. Now, you may choose to use that money on COVID-related expenses, supplies, equipment. I think you have an agenda item for a building that's coming up next out at the health department to do some testing. So it's your choice on how you want to use that money. But basically what we're choosing to do is we're replacing county money that we budgeted to pay for EMS salary and benefits, which frees up all that $1.4 million of county money to do with what you want. So I guess technically, you could do a transfer out of the general fund to those enterprise funds, and then you've demonstrated to the state and federal government that you actually use their COVID funds to pay for EMS salary and benefits. But, as a benefit to you, that freed up county dollars to do with what you wanted to do, and you could choose to transfer that money out, in a sense.
It's what the state of North Carolina is doing their money too. They're using it to reimburse themselves for public safety expenses and then backfilling it with the funds that they offset.
Are we having to do anything different in the water enterprise that's related to COVID?
Fortunately not, because when I look at sales, they're through the roof. The actual water sales are up more than the 161,000 that we've lost in the fees. We're up about 270 on the sales piece. And I'm not quite sure. I think some of that we can attribute to folks being at home, working at home, kids at home using water. But I think also a large part of that is our AMI meter project that we're just getting
Near
back.
drought, too. Has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, so it's probably a combination of two or three things why those revenues are up.
Any more questions for Anita? Thank you. We're down to item F. We're going to get a COVID-19 update from our health director, Jim Matson.
We're supposed to have a public hearing at 6:30.
It's advertised anytime after 5:30.
Okay.
Jim, were you? That's not it. I think it's it. What's that?
It's up there if it's not over.
I hope everybody's doing well. Just starting off, worldwide, 17.6 million cases and 680,000 deaths. The World Health Organization. I'm gonna have to what? Okay. And then 4.6 million in the United States, 154,000 deaths in the United States, according to the World Health CDC. The North Carolina numbers were at 126,000 plus confirmed, 1,982 deaths. 1,982.
2,000.
Almost 2,000, yes, sir. 1,057 are currently hospitalized, And there's been almost, 1.8 million people that have been tested in North Carolina. That compares to the Beaufort County numbers, which today we're at 379 cases. We've had 2 deaths. Right now we have 9 in the hospital, 2 are on ventilators. And we have about 164 active cases as of right now. So I wanted to start off with showing some respiratory virus testing. There's certain sites around North Carolina where they test everybody who has respiratory illnesses, and they look for what kind of virus is causing it. So there's 7 different viruses that they followed since last October. And then you can see the flu spike there, that green wave, and then after that you can see the blue wave, which is the COVID virus that has been picked out. What I like about this, and the reason I wanted to show it, is you notice that it's kind of leveled off, and hopefully it'll stay at that level and then go down. So hopefully that will show a sign of, this is state numbers, and so hopefully it'll be going down in the near future. That was a little bit of good news. Here's some more good news showing the state graphs. These are the graphs that the state, the governor, and the state is using to make their decisions on businesses and their phases. So the number of lab confirmed cases, you can see the trend is in a downward trend, and the positive percent of those tests that they test and that come back positive is down to 7%. So those are 2 good numbers to be given out. There's another one that shows the total current hospitalizations in the state, and it's kind of flat right now, and even has a slight little downward trend over the last about 2 weeks, 3 weeks long. So hopefully this is an indication that the state is in a downward trend with numbers. Looking just at eastern North Carolina, the top graph shows the total number of people that are hospitalized in eastern North Carolina. So it's a conglomerate of a bunch of different hospitals, Vidant being the biggest one in this area. But you can see the trend is going up in eastern North Carolina. The second one, the bottom one, shows the number of new people that are put into the hospital each day. It has stayed pretty steady. So if you take those 2 graphs together, if the same number of people every day are going into the hospitals, but the trend's going up, what that means is that they're keeping people longer for different reasons. So the numbers are going into the hospital the same. How long they're keeping them there is just what's been going up, which kind of shows that trend there. This also shows the capacity of the hospitals in the eastern North Carolina region. So the top one shows the number of ventilators, and the blue is the number that are being used currently, and then the number, the light blue represents the numbers that are still available. So in the top graph you can see that's probably about a third to 25% of the ventilators are in use right now. Then the middle one shows the number of ICU beds that are available in dark blue, or I'm sorry, light blue. The number that are being used is in dark blue, and then the unknown that's not being reported is the gray. So there's about 154 not being reported. So I don't know the status on them. And then the bottom one just shows total of inpatient beds in the system. Again, light blue representing empty or what can be used if needed. Last month when I came to present this, we were one of the lowest ones in the county, and we're still, or in the state. We're still one of the lowest ones in the state, but we've caught up quickly with everybody over the last 3 weeks. So if we take the number of cases and divide it by our population, and it shows and then times it by 10,000, it shows the number per 10,000 people. So you can compare Beaufort County at 75 per 10,000 to the other counties around us. And you'll notice that Duplin is the highest with 329 per 10,000 to our 75. So it's just kind of an estimate on how we're doing compared to other counties. Terrell County has a really high number based off of an outbreak they had at their prison system. And then looking at Beaufort County, this is the top both these graphs kind of show the same thing. The top one is the actual number of cases per day that we recorded at the health department. And you can see that that spike that has occurred over the last 2 to 3 weeks. And the bottom one takes the day and then 7 days worth of data and then it divides it by 7. So you kind of get an average over the last 7 days of what it's looked like. So you can again see that same spike. I hope everybody can see that nice little drop there at the end, and I'm hoping that we did have that surge that occurred, and hopefully we're now at a downward trend in Beaufort County. And I'm hoping that'll hold for a while. There's a map showing all the, I think it's about 350 of the cases are mapped right at this point. So each pink square represents about 1 mile by 1 mile. But you can see the areas that have been concentrated is based mostly on the concentration in towns or the city of Washington. Breaking up the number of cases that has been out there by zip code, and you can see the higher impact areas have been Bath and Pantego for the number of population. And then Washington would be third. The gray or the orange line represents the whole county as a whole. And so we have about 8 per 1,000 residents in Beaufort County is what it comes out to be, which is I guess 75 per 10,000 saw earlier. This is to show you the number of tests that we've been doing in the county. We almost hit 1,000 tests last week. That was 990 tests that we did last week in Beaufort County. The bottom graph shows the percent of those tests that we've done that have come back as positive. So if we had done more tests and had more cases and that line had stayed the same, that's what I would have expected. But because the percent went up, it tells me that the number of people that actually have it in our county was up. So again, this reflects the fact that we did have, and hopefully we're going back down, but again, who knows. But we did definitely have a pass-through of the virus in our county over the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Jim.
Yes, sir.
It seemed like you started off with who that last month you gave us a report. And what I was explaining it as is we were doing a lot of testing. And that's what I thought it was. And then after the testing was over, it just kept going up.
Yeah.
I knew it was more than that.
Yeah.
Would you speak to that?
You're right, it did pop up more. So the fact that it went up is based off of partly us doing contact tracing. So like if you have one house member that has 4 people that live in the house with them, the probability of those people coming up positive would be a little bit higher too. So that attributes to the number going up. But taking all those data, all the data that showed, it also shows that the number of households that were coming in contact were increasing as well. Another thing I didn't put in here was to look at the number of contacts versus the percent of contacts versus the percent of newly acquired, or we don't know where it came from when we interviewed the person. So I think the last time I was here to talk to y'all about the start of that increase, we were having about 65% of the people that were positive were contacts of somebody. So it didn't surprise me. But about a week later, we started seeing that only about 30% of them were contacts, which meant more people were getting it in the community. So between those two factors, that's why our numbers went up. I don't know if that answered your question.
It answers a lot. Also, since I'll end with this. We still only have 2 deaths. We have almost 380 cases in Beaufort County, right?
Correct.
So our death rate, using those 2 factors, is about 0.06.
You can have me do math in front of everybody?
Yeah, well, 6/10 of 1% is roughly about what
2 out of 390, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's not bad. I mean, that's what we're shooting for, is to lower the death rate.
Right. I mean, we
People are gonna
want to
die.
get people in. Yes, sir. We want to get people in.
Know how many people are going to die on a mathematical basis, and the death rate's a good
Right.
indicator of such.
Well, I still have some concerns. One of them is, that it's still here, and that we may get a second wave. I don't know. So I hope to be optimistic about things. I'm just not sure where it's going to go.
Out of the 992 tests that you did last week, how many of them was positive? I mean, how many was negative, positive?
It was almost 10%. I think it was 9.5%. So 100,
About 90 people.
90, 94, 95, yeah. One of the things we want to make sure we're doing is testing all the demographics of the races out there. We want to make sure we're hitting all the populations equally, so I try to keep tabs on the number of tests that we've done. And on the far right-hand side is what we expect looking at the population census, and the middle column shows the percent of tests that have been done, so they're pretty close. I think we've done a really good job of making sure that we are hitting all our populations in Beaufort County. And targeted testing is very important because there are some populations in Beaufort County that have a harder time accessing care, or culturally they have a difficult time coming to the doctors to get tested, and so we want to make sure that we're getting them engaged. And so we've done some outreach projects to make sure we've done that. So I have listed here the ones we've done so far. We do try to do a couple per week, but you can see we was that about 10 places we've done for a total of 645 tests done at these vulnerable populations. And I've had 23 positives that we picked up going through those areas, which means about 3.6% of the people that we've tested coming back as positive. So this is, that somewhere between 2 and 4% has always been my estimate on what I think the population has it at any one time. So this falls into that expectation as well. So any questions? Because of a hurricane, I tried to keep it short tonight.
Commissioner.
I just want to say one thing. The only way that we're going to get rid of this is for it to run through the population. There's two ways that we can get the inoculation for this. One of them is for it to run through the population on a controlled basis so that we can take care of the people who are most susceptible to it. And at the current rate that the United States is going at, it's going to take a year minimum for this to happen. So that's a problem. The other thing is, in order to get rid of it, you have to inoculate a certain percentage, about 60% of the population, against it, so it's not easily transferred from one person to the other. And we don't have a vaccine. So there is an argument out there, and I don't want anybody to misjudge this, but there's an argument out there that maybe we should allow the rate to run a little bit higher so we can go ahead and get the thing over with. A lot of the countries that did this have had a whole lot better results than what we're having. And I just throw that out there as the alternative, because the press is terrifying the public with the news that, oh, gee, we had more cases than we did yesterday. Yeah, you add up the numbers, and you're always going to have more tomorrow than you had today. So people, while they need to be concerned, they need to be aware of what is really going on.
It would take over 2 years to get through Beaufort County.
Yeah, probably so.
So,
Right, and that's the whole point of us trying to get to the vaccine, which is, soon I'll be up here talking to y'all about the vaccination efforts that we'll be moving towards. We hope sooner than later.
Discussion is this year, sometime this year.
Commissioner Waters?
Jim, I'm asking for a friend, not myself, but for a friend. You've
Stay
heard that
home
before. Somebody calls me and says, I don't have any symptoms, not been around anybody positive, but I would love to have the test.
Yes.
What is your recommendation? And who do they go to?
Ask them why. I mean, this is the way I feel like my answer would be in my heart, about my logical part. Why? Well, why do you want to get tested? Because, you say you haven't been exposed to anybody. you're not symptomatic. So why is it? Is it just to know? If that's the case, then what about 3 days later or 4 days later? Or do you still wonder 3 days later if you got exposed to somebody in those 3 days? So I kind of would lean not recommending it. But that being said, they can call and we'll still do the test at the health department. I mean, if we can't talk them out of it, we'll do it there. Yeah.
Wait, one final question. What is the turnaround time now? And I know it's different for hospitals and maybe a provider, but for the health department, what is your turnaround time on getting the results back?
I'll use this opportunity to talk about our switch. We were doing LabCorp, I shouldn't say any names probably, but we were doing one vendor. And we were seeing 7 days, 8 days turnaround, which doesn't make a lot of sense because, if you get tested and we call you and we tell you that you're positive and also you've recovered because it's been so long since you've had it, So we moved to a different vendor, and that vendor is now taking 2 days tops. Sometimes we get it back in 24 hours, actually. So.
One last question. Look, piggyback on what Frankie just asked you. And you said you tell if they hadn't been in contact, they hadn't had any symptoms, and you don't recommend it. Then why are you doing these community testings? Because the people that's there, 99.5% of them haven't had any contact, haven't had any symptoms. They went to the health. Why are you doing it?
Because a lot of them aren't in tune to what the symptoms are. Some of them are in high vulnerable areas. They don't go in for care when they are sick.
I think last week you had what you have for the past 2 weeks. You had about 4 to 6 sites.
Yes.
But you don't recommend it.
No, because there's a lot of those people that are coming through that don't meet that. I don't have any symptoms, no contact. They may not even know they've had contacts.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my,
So,
You're doing more mass testing?
well, Biden's doing some this week. They're doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but I guess they're canceling tomorrow's. So Wednesday and Thursday, I know that they're on.
Rainbow Council theirs too.
Did they? So, yeah, there's a lot of people that may not know they've come in contact. So the way he made it sound is like he felt like they weren't in contact with somebody. So if you don't know if you've been in contact with somebody, I'd say yes, you just can get tested. You don't think he's asking a hypothetical there. So.
You want to move on to your second item?
Well, speaking of vaccinations and testing and stuff like that, so what we want to do is, what I'd like to do is ask for y'all to help me get this building built on the Old County Home area behind the health department. It's a 30 by 40 building and with a 20-foot overhang. And there's a slew of reasons why I'd like to get it built. And one of them is to increase with the testing. So we're doing testing back there already, but it's been very hard to do it underneath the tent, 10 by 10 tent. So this would help us be able to increase the pass-through. When the vaccinations come in, we'll be able to use the building to start putting people around and vaccinate them in their cars so they don't have to come into the health department. And then we like to use it to store some of the preparedness supplies that we get. What we found out was with a lot of the N95s early on, the N95s that we had kept in an enclosed area, smaller batch of it, those lasted well, even past the expiration date with the elastic stuff around it. But the ones that were out in a non-controlled environment were brittle and they all tore apart. So this would include a storage area that is climate controlled for those kind of items. We'd be able to stage some of our materials into this building, especially when it comes to the vaccinations, because not only would we do the testing at that site, but we were also going to be sending out to different locations all the supplies that are needed to do the vaccination. We will end up gearing towards vaccinating. We're going to plan to vaccinate 47,000 people, even though we know that not everybody's going to want to be vaccinated. Then just as future use of it would be for us to be able to do influenza shots through that facility every year. And then emergency operations, whenever they occur, oftentimes even like a hurricane response, a lot of supplies come in that need to be sent out through the county, so that we'd be able to use that facility for that as well. So that's what I'm asking for. I think the estimate in there was about $50,000, if I'm not mistaken. We had 2 quotes.
What is the source of funds for this? Is this going to come out of our fund balance? Or is this some of the COVID money the government's been sending us?
I think it's part of what Anita was alluding to earlier, but, so Brian, I think, was going to.
Yes, it'll come out of fund balance, which is offset by the COVID funds that came in.
Yeah, so really, we're not digging into taxpayer money, Beaufort County taxpayer money. It's for money that's coming in. The other question that I have, you're going to come back to us with a site plan and some specifications for this building and a building permit?
Well, I guess we will. I'm not sure what we need for that.
Engineered metal building, so they would take care of the building permit, the contractor would.
I understand that, but I do some of this work. I know there's some pitfalls here. I want to see a site plan. I want to see where it's going to go. I want to look at the drainage and myself personally, and I want to see a building permit, and I want to see a Schedule B on the building.
I didn't think we were going to put a septic or bathroom in there.
You say septic?
No.
A Schedule B.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what those are, but.
That's why I'm asking these questions. You guys don't know the answers, and part of my job is to make sure that we're successful in this effort. And I want to see the plans for the building and a set of specs for the building, and they're easy to get. They'll email them to me, and I want to see a site plan.
Well, I guess that's okay, yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm trying to get it put up by October, so because that's when the flu vaccine will be here, so I don't want to bring the people through the health clinic for their flu shots this year. So it'd be nice if I had this up and running at that point. So,
Would you recognize a motion without that's yet, on the basis that that's all coming? And that'll meet the needs?
I'd recognize a motion that includes those specifications to proceed, but that funds can't be committed until we see the plans and the specs, and we know what we're building, and we know what the drainage is, and all that stuff.
I don't know, yeah.
Work directly with you on that, if the rest of the board's not interested.
Yes, you can.
That's fine.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the request pending Hood's approval of those items.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Got a second? Discussion? Go ahead.
The reason Hood acts like this is because he remembers many years ago, decades ago, when the school board built Northeastern Elementary in a place called Hell Swamp. Just trying to be careful.
We're still paying for it.
Still paying for it.
Call the question.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0, motion adopted.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're down to public comments. Mr. Swain?
Good evening. It's nice to see you tonight, Commissioner Hood. I'm glad you're here. I think maybe we can save us some money this time. I was listening to you the other night about the new well, and I think you were exactly right. The Castle Haynes, it's going to be more than 5 foot. It might be 40 feet or 140 feet. You were exactly right. And I'd like to donate my time. I know a lot about pipe and stuff too. And if I could ride around with you and help you, I'll give you my time for free. Christina's got a lot of irons in the fire, trying to make the water better. She's trying real hard. And if I can help you oversee that, I'd be happy to. And I don't want to make the same mistake we made with the water meters on this and the pumps. I was understanding y'all go buy some new pumps. I think they need to be American-made pumps. And the well case, I think that needs to be made in America too, because we're all going to be gone one day and the kids is coming along and we need to buy them a couple of good pumps if we're going to spring forward anyway. And the high-speed internet's nice if you're building a house. He was talking about it's nice to know, but I'm thinking about opening a business and building a house. And to me, the flood maps are more important than how fast the internet is. My restaurant got belt buckle deep last time and wiped me out. And I fixed everything, and then it got neck deep in there, and it wiped me out again. So I need some flood maps. And because it's holding me up. It's holding up some other people's land deals and all. That's been a while. And down the country, it's been a year ago today, Mr. Hood, that I mentioned here about Brenda Hamilton, and you earned my respect. You tried really hard. You earned my respect. And the only thing I really got to say about that is we may never find out what happened to her, it looks like. But we need to put a bounty on the coyotes down there. Would be a good thing to do, give them boys some incentive, because they're piling up. I mean, we hadn't really done anything about it. And that would be something constructive we could do, is put a bounty on them coyotes, even if that's not what got her. They're going to cause us problems one day. They're predators. And I guess that's about it for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Swain.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
He said, read, he goes, go get some nothing.
My apologies. I am addressing these comments to the commissioners, the school board, and the citizens of Beaufort County. The inaction of this board to encourage opening business and schools in eastern North Carolina have only reinforced the actions taken by the governor and the school boards in North Carolina. Comments made by members of this board that the state of North Carolina supports the Beaufort County schools to the tune of $44 million, or 65% of the school budget, affirms the notion that the elected leaders of Beaufort County and the school board are nothing more than toothless tigers. It was noted that the school board is an elected body and the commissioners should allow the school board to wield jurisdiction over school matters. My question is this: what exactly do the elected members of the school board have control over? The state and federal funds come with strings and mandates attached. Those mandates require the school board to perform many procedures and tasks that were unheard of 50 years ago. The NC Department of Public Instruction controls the curriculum, the annual schedule of attendance, teacher pay, and a web of reporting statistics to measure the effectiveness of producing a product which will yield members of society that are able to be self-supporting upon graduation. In this effort, they have failed, as reflected by the performance metrics they themselves have developed. What is referred to as Common Core math is but one of the mandates thrust upon the local school board, which teachers are required to learn before they can teach these mathematic principles. How many of this board have attempted to coach your grandchildren through a simple math exercise using the Common Core agenda?
No.
How many of you businessmen use Common Core math to run your accounting, purchasing, and bookkeeping processes? Does the county use this form of math to administer the county budget? I do not see any of this nonsense in the spreadsheets the county finance officer presents to this board. None. Zero. If the school board were free from the web of bureaucracy and the endless reporting of useless performance statistics attached to the state and federal funding for public schools,
and were then free to teach a robust curriculum directly tied to reading, comprehension, writing, effective communication, courses of civics based upon the founding principles, basic math skills, and the ability to understand and balance a checkbook, then the Department of Public Instruction would no longer exist. By this board's failure to provide leadership toward opening the eastern counties of this state, this board has both individually and collectively has encouraged the governor to continue the lockdown of business and schools to the detriment of our health and economic well-being. Not well done. Not well done at all. Thank you.
Okay, we're down to item H, legislative update. We done, no one here? Moving on, we are down to items for consent. Need a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I approve we approve the items for consent.
A second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 4-2. Motion to adopt.
For the vote, you don't know how to vote if you talk to the vote.
All those against? There you go. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to speed things along. You get it, Katie? We're down to present.
You need to correct that minute. You did minute.
Yes, I'm sorry, there was one vote, and during the last meeting that I had in the draft minutes that I will be changing, because I had switched Mr. Rebels and Mr. Lewis. And that was on the vote for the roof for this building.
Okay. Thank you. We're down to public hearing decision. Jamie Heath of the Mideast Commission.
I thought you would jump across there.
All right, good evening, everyone. Just trying to find my PowerPoint here.
Mr. Chairman, while she's bringing that up, can I go ahead and make a motion to go into the public hearing?
Sure.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, 6-0, adopted, go to public hearing.
So the presentation that I was going to give does not seem to be on the computer here, so I'm going to see if I can load it up on the flash drive. Sorry about that.
We need to close public hearing. Not working?
No, my PowerPoint is not loaded on here like it was going to be. I have it on a flash drive, but I don't see where to.
I don't see any room for it.
We have it in our book.
You do have it in your book? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sorry that you can't see it on the screen. I'm not sure what happened with that, but I'll just go through it quickly since you have the copy of it that you can reference in your packet. All right, so I'll just, this will be real quick. The presentation will be 10 minutes or less, but I just want to give a brief summary of the planning process for the Beaufort County Comprehensive Bicycle Plan and review the vision statement, the bicycle facility types and the draft maps and the bicycle plan program and policy recommendations. And then we will have the public hearing. And originally, we were going to summarize the public comments that had been received to date and then have the adoption vote tonight also. But we actually want to pull that part and just have the public hearing tonight because we received quite a few additional public comments since this went out. So we're actually going to have one more steering committee meeting and then come back to the commissioners again to do the actual adoption vote. So a steering committee comprised of public officials, staff, and private citizens have been meeting over the past year and a half to work on the bicycle plan. We did send out a public survey from June to September 2019, and we had a public open house in February 2020. We had great participation for both of those, and that public input was a primary driving force in recommending the bicycle facility projects and programs and policies. And the steering committee did make every effort to ensure that the plan reflects the needs and desires of Beaufort County citizens as well as the visitors to the county. And the steering committee endorsed the draft Beaufort County Bicycle Plan in June 2020. The vision statement for the plan: Beaufort County is an interconnected bicycle-friendly community where residents and visitors alike safely travel by a convenient bicycle network that includes both on and off-road bicycle facilities between all municipalities, townships, major commercial and employment destinations, and scenic and leisure destinations throughout the county. Community health, economic growth, and environmental conditions are improved through strategic investments in increased mobility, recognizing the diversity of resident and visitor needs across the county. And just to briefly tell you about the facility types that we're recommending, a greenway would accommodate two-way traffic for both bicyclists and pedestrians and would normally run through a natural area. A shared use path has the same design as a greenway, accommodating two-way traffic for bicyclists and pedestrians, except it would be adjacent to a road. A buffered bicycle lane is a bicycle travel lane that is one way, so there will be one lane on each side of the road, a dedicated bicycle travel lane. And with a buffered bicycle lane, you will also have a 2-foot painted buffer in the road to separate that bicycle travel lane from the automobile lane. And then with a separated bicycle lane, you would, within that buffer, you would have some kind of physical separation like curbing or flex posts. And then the next category, just a standard bicycle lane, and that is, again, one-way travel for bicyclists, dedicated bicycle lanes on the road, so it would be one on each side of the road. And then you have bicycle boulevards and sharrows, which would be where the bicycles share the lanes with automobiles, and there would be signage and marking on the pavement. And with the bicycle boulevards, there may also be some type of traffic calming measures. And then you can see we've included the maps from the bicycle plan, and this shows the different projects that we're recommending. And I don't have time to go through all of these individually, but hopefully you've had some time to review the plan and look at those maps. We did send that out to you guys in late June, I believe it was. And this legend is going to be consistent for all the maps. The first one you're seeing is the overall county map, but you'll see the shared use path recommendations in blue, the separated bicycle lanes in yellow, buffered bicycle lane in purple, the standard bicycle lane in orange, bicycle boulevard in brown, sharrow in red, the greenway in green, and the red dot is intersection projects, and the yellow dot is bridge deck enhancement projects. So after the overall county map, you can see the inset for the town of Aurora. And then for the town of Bath. I'm sorry, this isn't on the screen for everyone else's benefit here. And then we have the town of Belhaven. Chapawinity, Pantego, and then the City of Washington. And for bicycle program recommendations, we recommend the following programs: increase bicycle parking, improve signalization, meaning traffic lights sensing bicycles, driver and bicyclist education programs, coordination to increase road shoulder sweeping, bicycle-friendly drainage grates, bicycle encouragement events, a helmet giveaway program, a light giveaway and installation program, bicycle-friendly community branding and marketing, bicycle racks installed on BATS transit vehicles, bicycle count data collection program, and a bicycle planning community response and participation system. For bicycle policy recommendations, we only had one, and that is a bridge construction and replacement policy. So bicycle and pedestrian facilities should be included when bridges are constructed or replaced, is what that policy would say. And the summary of public comments received is what's on the PowerPoint printout that you have next, but again, we'll skip through that because we're going to review that in the next steering committee meeting and bring the plan back to the commissioners again after. So at this time, we can take any questions or comments from the commissioners or any comments from the public for the public hearing.
Any discussion? Stan?
Don't we need to come out of public hearing first before we speak?
I think you're in public hearing now, if there's anybody who wants to. you
Oh,
guys
yes,
can
sorry.
speak in public comment. They can come on, either way.
Well, we should let the public speak first, and then we speak second.
Is there anyone here from the public that wants to discuss the bicycle plan? Hearing none, we need to close.
Well, we can speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very interested in your plan here. It looks very uniform. The yellow, orange is yellow, the mustard, what is that again?
The separated bicycle lane was the yellow.
When you say separated, it's going to be, can you explain that?
Yes, sir. So the separated bicycle lane, it's the same as a buffered bicycle lane, except there would be a physical separation. So you'd have your bicycle lane, and then you'd have a 2-foot buffer that separates the bicycle lane from the automobile travel lane. And within that 2-foot buffer, you'd either have like a curb or flex posts or something like that, like a physical element of separation that separates that bicycle lane from the automobile lane.
I'm looking at Old Blunts Creek Road.
Let me see, I might.
That is a busy road now. It used not to be busy, it is now. Is that going to be wide enough? And I believe that road is a 60-foot right-of-way. Is that going to be wide enough to accommodate whatever changes have to be made? And I think those questions would also transfer very well to Slatestone Road. That's a busy road.
Yes, so actually, so what you're looking at on those, sorry, I thought you were actually talking about the yellow, but those are actually standard bicycle lane recommendations. It's a little easier to see with the large maps that will be in the final copy of the plan rather than trying to squeeze them onto the 8.5 by 11. Yeah. But those are all standard bicycle lane recommendations, not the buffered, so they do take up a little bit less space than the buffered or the separated. And again, this is, we don't get really, we did try to look to see what the roads could accommodate and what would be the best facilities to place on each of these roads. Some of them may require some widening, some of them may not. And we did work with DOT Bike and Ped on those recommendations as well to try to choose the most appropriate recommendations for each of these roadways. Some of that is not going to actually be decided until it would get really down into the project design phase for each individual project, if that makes sense. But at the planning phase, we did try to look at right-of-way and look at what facilities would be the most feasible, though.
For the public, where would the money be coming from?
So the good thing with this plan is,
To get funding from NCDOT for most bicycle and pedestrian projects, you would need to submit projects through the RPO or the MPO for urban areas, but for Beaufort County, it would be through the Mideast RPO. And you would be required to have a bicycle plan to submit any bicycle projects for funding. So once this plan is adopted, you'll be able to submit these projects through the RPO for NCDOT funding, and it is a competitive process, but you have to have the plan just to put the projects in. And once you put the projects in, if they are successful, then you'll get 80% funding for DOT, and the county would only be responsible for 20%.
But this plan has been presented to the public. It was out at the community college, and Jamie had a great turnout. She had Jeff Rumley and Ron Cantrell, and a lot of the local cyclists showed up, so it was probably 35, 40, 50 people out there.
Yes, sir, that's about right.
With all input, she had all these, what you're seeing here, she had it up on a board where you could walk around and take a look at it.
Motion to come out of closed public, motion to come out of public hearing.
Second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 6-0.
There's no more
Right, close.
action needed tonight.
No, sir, what we'll do is have one more steering committee and go through all the public comment and make any updates we need to be consistent with that public comment, and then we'll come back to the commissioners one last time for the adoption. Thank you so much.
We're down to item K, soil and water, Ann Williams. She's not here?
Mr. Groy, actually, the project has actually been pulled. There was federal funding. As you'll recall, several months ago, the board approved this project moving forward. There was state funding, there was federal funding that was with it. The federal funding fell through. The feds said they didn't have enough money to complete the project. She was going to bring it back with just the state funding, but the state funding had a deadline of a couple months to get it all done, and they couldn't meet that deadline. They talked to the homeowner, the property owner said, we're fine, don't worry about it, we don't want to do it anymore. They actually got an extension for another couple months from the state. She had another conversation with the landowner, and the landowner said, I don't want to deal with it anymore, so we're pulling the project.
Melody?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The department is here tonight requesting to upgrade our social work program administrator position to a human services deputy director. This position will serve as the second in command at the agency and will be in charge when I'm not available. The position will also oversees all the social work services programs, and in my absence would be able to consent to end-of-life decisions for our disabled adults under the guardianship of the agency, and also consent for medical treatment for children in foster care. We are requesting to move funds from our temporary services line to the salary line to support the reclassification, and we were able to do this within our current budget. It would require approval of adding the Human Services Deputy Director to the salary plan at a grade 30, and also would require approval of the budget amendment.
Who's second in command right now?
She can operate second in command, but this would give her the face as the second in command when I'm not there. She doesn't have the title of Deputy Director right now.
Commissioner Richards?
Well, we're not adding an employee to the Social Services Department. We're just reclassifying an existing employee.
Correct.
Okay, so next year you're not going to come back and say, I need another employee to replace the one that we moved from the old position.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve adding the Human Service Deputy Director to the salary plan at a grade 30, and also at the same time approve the budget amendment as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
That includes the reclassification, Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 6-0, motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun.
I have one more. Okay. It's okay to proceed? Okay. The department would also is requesting permission to advertise and fill one full-time income maintenance 3 position. And this position is on the income maintenance side that processes public assistance benefits for our long-term care, special assistance, and community alternatives program. This position also completes reviews for those programs. It is a critical position to ensure that the application and reviews are done timely and accurately. All of the positions are important, but this position approves the benefits for programs that what I would call high-dollar programs. Long-term care, as you know, monthly rates are $6,000 plus. Special assistance is a 50-50 county match, and if there's an error or mistake made in one of those, it could become very costly. We certainly try to do them all right all the time, but of course we are humans, and every now and then we may make a mistake. So we are requesting permission to advertise and fill this position.
How long has the position been empty?
About 2 weeks.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0, motion is adopted.
Melanie, can I ask you a question before you leave?
Yes, sir.
The computer program that you've been having so much trouble with,
Yes, sir.
is there any progress been being made on that?
Not in my opinion.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which computer program are you having trouble
The
with?
state program.
Oh, the state program, not the one, oh, yeah,
No,
right.
sir.
We know about that.
Yes. It's notorious.
Somebody's brother lost that contract. Real fast, too.
Right.
We're down to item M, items for presentation, curbside collection. Christina Smith.
I hear you.
Good evening, Commissioners. One of the goals of the Solid Waste Committee of the Beaufort County Board of Commissioners is to investigate ways to improve providing solid waste services to the citizens of Beaufort County. One option that has been discussed previously during prior committee meetings has been curbside collection. Republic Services gave a presentation to the Solid Waste Committee on February 25th of 2020, and at that time, the Solid Waste Committee voted unanimously 3-0 to bring this topic to the full Board of Commissioners for further discussion. This evening, Joe Diener, General Manager of Republic Services of North Carolina, as well as Chris Wilson, Municipal Services Manager, and Nikki Hopkins, Local Republic Services Manager, are here with us to present information on curbside collection. Again, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Mr. Joe Diener to give us information regarding automated curbside collection.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. As Christina said, my name's Joe Daner. I'm the General Manager for Republic Services in North Carolina, handling essentially Raleigh-Durham markets out to the Outer Banks. So, as Christina stated, this information tonight is to provide an opportunity to share with all of you what automated curbside collection looks like, and to give you an opportunity to ask questions as it relates to curbside collection. Also got a brief overview of Republic Services and who we are as a company, very brief, just in case you were not aware. So Republic Services, some bullet points there. We are a national company. We're the second largest solid waste and recycling company in North America. We've got over 36,000 employees. We operate in 235 markets, 41 states, and Puerto Rico. Our local leadership team, many of you know Nicky Hopkins behind the mask. He's been our ops manager here in Little Washington for quite some time. And he's the local point of contact and really has the expertise of the collection and post-collection operations in this area, in Beaufort County. We are very focused on attracting and retaining the best talent when it comes to our frontline employees, and we've got a very comprehensive training, onboarding, ongoing safety program to make sure that we've got the best folks operating our trucks, servicing our customers. The nice thing about having a local point of contact is we're right here in Washington, right down the street. So what we propose on this curbside collection is to add an administrative person to our office to be almost exclusively dedicated to Beaufort County and servicing the residents of Beaufort County. And then additionally, Republic Services has a mobile app that will be available to the residents of Beaufort County to look at things like route delays for weather or hurricanes, for example. They can request card exchanges, so a lot of opportunities to interface both locally and with on a technology platform. Overview of automated collection. We'll utilize 96-gallon carts. Okay, the carts are placed by the roadside by the resident on the day of collection. The 96-gallon carts are equipped with wheels and handles, so they're pretty easy to maneuver. And then the collection vehicles are equipped with an articulating arm that the driver will operate with a joystick, and it grabs the cart and tips it and sets it back down in place. And I've actually got about a 1-minute video at the end of this that shows actual collection taking place in the town of Wake Forest, which is a big municipal partner of ours. The advantages to automated collection: it's safe, it's clean, it's efficient. Cart placement recommended 3 to 4 feet away from mailboxes, cars, etc. While it's at the curb with the handle facing the resident's house. Waste should be bagged. Strongly encourage waste to be bagged in the cart to eliminate wind-blown litter. The actual collection time is about 8 to 12 seconds. Some of the advantages here: residents would not be required to drive to convenience sites. And when you think about, this is essentially door-to-door service, it could be viewed as a service increase that the county would be providing to the residents of the county. To dig directly into the MSW side, so the Solid Waste Committee asked that we look at once a week MSW collection, just regular trash collection. Rough numbers, because we don't have it exactly dialed in how many homes we'd be talking about, but rough modeling has us at about 4 routes per day, 5 days a week. Extra carts would be available for high volume users that would be approved by the county. And then we'd be looking at 4 brand-new automated collection vehicles. And as we go through this, this would all be new equipment if we move forward with this to service the county, both carts and vehicles. Another service that we looked at was curbside yard waste collection, very similar to the MSW side, but participation is typically a little lower on the yard waste than it is on the regular MSW. So at this point, we're looking at about 3 routes to cover the county over 5 days. Again, you've got the extra carts for higher volume users, and then the 3 new automated vehicles, and items that you'd be able to place into those carts from a yard waste standpoint. You know, you're looking at grass clippings, leaves, small limbs, branches, twigs, stuff like that. It's not, certainly that type of collection is not meant for, you know, taking down 3 big oak trees in the back and trying to stuff it in there. And then we also looked at curbside bulk waste collection, and that would be done, could be done with a knuckle boom truck. The resident would call either the county office or our office, and we could configure it either way, to schedule a bulk waste collection, of which it would be put on a list, then routed. The truck would run and pick up the bulk waste from the curb. And examples of the type of bulk waste that we'd be talking about: furniture, bookshelves, swing set, appliances, no e-waste, and small demo projects are just some examples of how we could structure that curbside bulk collection. And then just wanted to highlight some of the advantages for Beaufort County to going to a curbside collection contract. Reduced disposal expense is one. Minimized exposure to risk and liabilities associated with convenience site operations. An increased service offering to the county residents. Reduction in wind-blown litter along the county roadways from residential hauling to the convenience sites. A proven and reliable service partner in Republic Services, and then to also mitigate capital expenditure requirements currently needed for the convenience sites. And here is the video. Oh, there we go. There he is. This last one is the best one to be able to see. Here we go. So you can see the lid closes after it's dumped. and then the driver's able to set the cart right back into the same place that he picked it up. Last, I just took a picture of inside the cab so you can kind of see the joystick, all the controls that are in there. That's a camera up on the headliner. He's got a camera that's actually in the hopper, the charge chamber of the truck, so he can see what's going on with the container in there. So there's a lot of technology that goes into it, but that is the presentation, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Question?
You're going to do this for less money than we're paying you now?
As I mentioned earlier, that we've done some rough modeling. Because we don't have exact home counts, we don't know the exact number yet, but it is comparable to what the county is currently paying.
And we would shut down the roll-off sites.
The model that has been discussed in the solid waste committee meetings is that we would shut down the majority of the roll-off sites. There has been, nothing has been finalized. As we were having the discussions in the committee meetings, and please, Commissioner Waters, Rebholz, and Deathridge, please correct me if I say something incorrect, or if you'd like to add to what has been discussed in the committee meetings. What we were discussing, none of that has been finalized. As we were talking about this, if it is an option, then we were looking at possibly having one side on the north side, one side on the south side. But again, none of that has been finalized. What we wanted to do was to bring this to the full board to see, is this something that the full board is interested in? If the full board is not interested in this as an option at all, then there's no need to continue down the path and really finalizing and nailing everything down and putting in a lot of man hours into it to see if this is something that we want to move towards. If the full board says definitely no, this is not something that we want to do. But if it is something that the board wants to move forward with, then we want to continue that. But again, what we were thinking is this would still be what Joe has presented and what the Solid Waste Committee looked at, is that MSW would be picked up curbside and vegetative debris would be picked up curbside. At the time, back in February, recycling was still a service that is provided, but as of last month, that is no longer provided. So the need for a collection site is diminished now. Of course, we still have to find a place to collect white goods. We still have to have a place to collect electronics and things like that. So there would still be a need to have for the county to operate some type of facility, but none of that has been decided yet.
How many counties are doing this now?
I can answer that. I can tell you, Terrell County is one that we service, Washington County. We service Washington County. Chris, who else do we have from a county standpoint?
Well, from a county standpoint, Eastern North Carolina, it's mostly municipalities, cities, where the residents are closer together. So from a county perspective, I couldn't.
I think it's primarily those two counties in Eastern North Carolina.
How long have you been doing those two counties?
We've been doing probably 7 or 8 years.
How many times have you modified the contracts?
Well, you're asking some tough questions. I don't know off the top of my head. I know back in 2014, I think, we renewed the Washington County contract, and I think Terrell County was pretty recently as well.
Terrell County for 5 years.
Yeah, and we've renewed those contracts without them going out to RFP.
Did you have providers in those counties that were picking up garbage privately when you started your process?
I can't speak to that. That predates my time in this role.
You know, what would happen to the companies in Beaufort County that are now providing a trash pickup service if we do this?
I mean, they would presumably, if they have customers, open market customers that are in the county, those customers would be rolled up under the county service. And I think there's a notification period that has to be provided to let those haulers know or make them aware that.
So we'd put them out of business.
I mean, I don't know what their business model is or market share. I can't say whether they'd be put out of business or what would happen.
Well, one of the problems I have in as big a county as Beaufort County is, there are very few curbs in Beaufort County, is the distance between houses for pickup. I mean, this works fine in a municipality where you can bip, 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 bip. But we've got places in Beaufort County that you may drive 5 miles, plenty of them, before you do another pickup. And a lot of problems of that sort going on. I'm gonna have trouble voting to put people out of business that are in business. I'm gonna have trouble voting to make government bigger, because that's what we're doing. This is gonna go in your tax form. I'm gonna have trouble with renegotiating contracts because you get in here and you find out you can't do it for what you thought you could do it for. I can see where if you close down these sites that you're using now and you have to haul the trash anyway, I can see your economies of operation, but I do have problems with service. For instance, if someone in the elite neighborhood's going to want to roll their trash out to the curb and have somebody come by and pick it up. So I see a lot of problems that go with this. I see where, from your standpoint, it's a beautiful approach to the problem, and if I were in your boots, I'd be making the same approach you're making. But I just have a problem myself with more government control. And one size fits all is what we're talking about in Beaufort County. With a private provider, if someone needs a special service, he can get a special service just by paying a little extra for it. So we're going to need to look at this really hard, and I'm going to need to examine what's going on in the counties that you're providing for now before I could even think about.
Yeah, I would encourage you, and certainly, I mean, you've brought up a lot of things to consider as you guys, decide whether or not to move forward down this path. But David Clegg is the county manager and county attorney in Terrell County, and I would encourage you to reach out to him. And Curtis Potter is the county manager and county attorney in Washington County. They'd be happy to speak with you about the service that we provide in those counties.
I thought Clegg had left over there. He's still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that the Solid Waste Committee still got a lot of work to do. We have not vetted this process through anybody else or through any other of the counties. Craven does it too, Craven does it too, but they use a different company. So I think we got to be talking to those other counties, understand what the issues are as we build our way through this, and even see if it makes any sense. So yeah, we got work to do. But if you recall, the reason for them coming now is that we have a time frame that is required by state law of 15 months before they could go into business doing this. So that was one of the reasons for starting this process now, so that we could go to work on the rest of this and get it done.
Well, I guess what I have a problem with is that the committee decided to put this in front of the commissioners and to do the required advertisement before the whole board had discussed it. I think the process is backwards, and my personal opinion is you got 4 votes to make this thing work right now, and we're not going to do a lot of vetting. I think this is a done deal.
Stan?
Yeah, my situation here, being a member of the Solid Waste Committee, is I see the need to make changes in the way we handle solid waste in Beaufort County. I mean, just last month, we gave up on recycling, and to the county's defense, we were forced to. And that's not necessarily something we need to continue, being forced to give up on recycling. So I'm trying to wrap my head around all of that. That's key in my whole idea of how to handle solid waste. The pickup is way down the line in my concern. Now, what I want to know is what the costs are going to be, so that we can figure how we can handle everything. Recycling, which I expect to be getting back into at some point. And, should we how do we handle yard waste and construction? The way it's been sold to me is pickup is a good way to do it, having a pickup at your curb. But that still is junior in my idea about what's best to do with solid waste. And number one on my list is recycling. Number one, it's going to stay number one. It will not change. So, I'm interested. I want to know a lot more information I know right now. And if this is a starting point, so be it. But this is by no means an affirmation. By my vote, by my thoughts, that I'm ready to do exactly what we on some kind of a path that we cannot deter from. That path is going to be broad. It may change, in my opinion. It will for me.
Ted?
One vote, and I may have somebody else listening to me. So
The question that I have is, you don't have a set schedule for picking up things like chairs and mattresses and stuff like that. How long are they gonna lay beside the street or in front of the neighbor's house before you have a route to come back and pick those up?
We would have a schedule for that, Commissioner. We would do it we propose to do it, and the best way to do it, in my experience, and I've been in this industry for almost 30 years, is to do it by appointment and have those residents, say on Monday's route, they would call in to our office and say, hey, I've got an easy chair that I need to throw out and put on the curb. Okay, we'll schedule that for you. That'll be picked up on Monday. They put it out to the curb and we route the truck for that particular day.
But say, is from one end of the county, from northeast of the end of the county to the southeast of the end of the county is 100 miles.
Mm-hmm.
County line to Pamlico County line is 100 miles.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a truck down in Aurora picking up that stuff, that sofa, and you got somebody in Palmer that needs a sofa picked up, how would you handle that?
So it would be based on days, and that's kind of the beauty of the by appointment. So when a resident calls in based on where they are in the county, because they realize, it's pretty spread out, there's a lot of miles, they would be given the appointment for the day that we're in that area, right? So,
and still, according to Christina, you got your company will not pick up any white goods, or computers, or television sets, and God knows you got one pile of them out down on River Road.
yeah, we wouldn't be able to do e-waste at the curb. We could incorporate a white goods type collection, so like a washing machine or a dryer, kind of in the mix with the bulk waste collection. That's something that we could certainly incorporate in there.
Commissioner Waters? One of the things that serving on the solid waste committee, we've started looking at tonnage and what's happening in the county. We've lost control of the bulk. It's going up considerably. That's 49% of our total tonnage. So my concern is that anything we do is still going to involve probably 2, might be 3 sites for people to be able to take some of the bulk stuff. And because of the size of our county, I think that we've got issues that maybe Terrell County is a little bit smaller and Washington County is a little bit smaller.
A lot smaller.
Because of our contract with Republic and the fact that it's a long term, and I'm not sure if we have 6 years left or 7 years, but you're our partner in this long-term contract. And if we don't get a handle, our costs are going to continue to go up because of having 10 sites and doing things the way we've always done it. Is that my challenge to you as Republic would be to try to find a way that we can mix what you already do with somebody else on the pickup at the roadside. Because you're already doing transportation, and I'm not sure if you own the original landfill.
Mm-hmm. We do.
But I mean, right now, you've got it 100%. And if you guys are not willing to let us have a partner in there, another partner, maybe to do the roadside stuff, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I think it's going to be a dead issue. And that I'm challenging you guys to think about it and see if it's possible for us to have another partner that allows us to put out for bids, picking it up at the curbside to the private users. And then you handle everything else, or the county being involved. The convenience sites, at some point in time, if they're owned by us or they're owned by Republic, we got to have scales there. And you've got one place already with scales. I'm not sure at Hawkins Beach, do we have a set of scales?
The only scales are at the landfill, so and that only does vegetative debris.
Okay.
So there's no scales for municipal solid waste or anything like that.
But because 49% of our tonnage is people are bringing pickup loads full, and they're bringing single axle, dual axles, and the kind now with the bodies with the hydraulic lifts, and they're dumping them in the bulk container. So we got to do something. Are we going to continue every year now that we've got an enterprise and it stares at us, and we know what our cost is, and if we got to pay for the tonnage, we got to get our handle around it. And we need you as a partner, and we need other people as partners to be able to make this thing work. And one last thing. Almost 75% of the complaints that I get either by telephone or by email or at the breakfast table with a group is solid waste. And the last one that I had was the site at 5 Points, the compactor there. And I would ask you guys to try to get that one repaired and in place as soon as possible.
We had somebody looking at that. We had some power problems that ran into the motor being burned up several times. And I had Tri-County come out, and they had found out that they needed a new transformer put on the pole. Since then, we've run into some more problems with it, and it's a single-phase compactor. But Tri-County informed me, which we didn't know, and I've been here 23 years, that was a three-phase convenience site. So I was like, okay, I don't know electricity. So now, with the advice of the electric motor sales out in Greenville, which I do a lot of work with, and with Tri-County, they encouraged me to put a three-phase compactor in there, which I have one on the yard that we are in the process of switching that out. I was talking with a gentleman this morning, we were speaking about it. We're in the process of switching that compactor out, putting a three-phase in there.
That you said Tri-County, it's Tideland. Tideland. And just for the public record, we have 23,270 parcels that are paying the fee. And that's been up to 165. Last year was 155. The average, taken the tons and divided by the parcels, the average that each parcel will generate is 1,420 pounds. And Stan talks a lot about recycling. That's only 1%. And last year, the estimate in Greenville was that 35% of the stuff that went over there that was supposed to be recycled ended up in the landfill. And the fact that they were taking away glass as of July the 1st, that number, who knows what it might have been. But there is no free lunch. And the way this system works is that if the tonnage goes up, people taking more stuff to the dump, or I don't know, it should be called a convenience site. That's why it's very convenient. Is that the next year we just take the budget number and we divide it by the number of parcels, and that's how we come up with the fee.
I have explained that to residents also.
And we got people that say this is a tax, but we're only taxing 50% of the parcels in Beaufort County. There is no tax paid by property that has no improvements on it, which is almost half of the parcels in the county. And the complaint that we get, or at least that I get from some people, is my tax bill is $90 and my solid waste fee is $165. So unless we have the guts to come up and make some changes in it, along with Republic, we're in this thing every year. What I visualize every year, we're going to have a $5 or $10 increase if we continue to do it the same way. So that's all I got to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I add to that?
Yes, you can.
I'd just like to add, you're saying to continue to do the same way. The part that you're missing with that is continue to do the same way is just to cover the increasing tonnage. But what we all know is that we can't continue to do the same way because there have been no capital improvements to the collection and the convenience sites. So when you're looking at the convenience sites that are still operating, there needs to be improvements to them. There are safety improvements that need to be made. There are repairs that need to be made to the roadways. There are funds that need to be spent at those sites. So if you're talking about increasing it $5 to $10 to keep doing it the way you're doing it, then you're talking about increasing it $15 to $20 to make the improvements that need to be made for the safety purposes and to decrease the liability that's there. Because that is an issue that has to be corrected, which again is the reason that the Solid Waste Committee was created, because continuing at status quo is not an acceptable option. And that's why we're looking at different alternatives, and this is one of the alternatives. But decreasing the amount of tonnage was also one of the alternatives that we looked at. And when you look at again, Commissioner Waters talked about the amount of tonnage that is bulk waste. So that is something that Republic has started enforcing at the collection sites. Which you may have gotten some phone calls about that. But again, construction and demolition debris is not accepted at the convenience sites. Convenience sites are for municipal solid waste. It's for your residential household. It's not for construction debris. It's not for commercial debris. It is for residential debris. If it is commercial debris or construction debris, if you are a contractor, then you should be paying to dispose of that at a transfer station or at another commercial landfill. That does not go to the convenience sites. So the site attendants have been enforcing that, and there are people that are saying, well, I've done it before. And that's probably accurate, but that's not how it should have been. And so the site attendants are doing that and enforcing that. So they are trying to reduce that tonnage. Again, that's not what that fee is for. That fee is for your trash bag, your residential trash, your white kitchen trash, not for construction debris.
Not all of it's commercial, because you've got people that's doing improvements, steps on their house, decks. They load all that wood up.
Commercial debris,
Yeah.
construction debris is not.
I was just saying it could not be done by a paid vendor. The homeowner may be doing it. Commissioner Waters.
One thing during the break, I talked with Nikki. Did you start today or was it last week? You've changed your charge if somebody takes like a trailer or a pickup loaded. What is the charge roughly for?
A couple of weeks ago, we changed the price at the transfer station, and it's $75, $60 a ton. It's somewhere in that range, the 75 range. But we did have a minimum 1 ton. No matter what it cost, it was 1 ton plus, fees and, things like that. But now we've changed it. It is a flat 75, 60 a ton. If you bring in a half a ton, it's going to be $36 or $37, whatever, and it's per whatever you bring in. So if you bring in 0.10 tons, it's going to be $7.50.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richardson.
I thank the Solid Waste Committee for what they've done, but I've been here 24 years. There's been no progress made on this in 24 years. When I first ran for office 24 years ago, I promised to do something about the roll-off sites. Guess what? Nothing's been done in 24 years. And it's basically because commissioners want to sit here and do nothing. And I've seen a bunch of them come through here that just literally didn't want to do anything. I think what we ought to do is I think we ought to have some workshops with the whole board of county commissioners, and let's sit down where we can talk these things through and come to some agreements, because you're not getting anywhere with what you're doing, and you haven't been getting anywhere with what you're doing, and you've been lying to the public. We promised the public that we would redo that site at what I call Ransomville, and you call it Ransomville. I got it right that time, the first time. At Ransomville, we promised them 2 years ago we would do that. And every time I go across the county, I have people in that part of the county talking about the fact that we lied to them. Now, I think I make a motion that we set up some workshops that commissioners can get into, and if the public wants to sit into them, that's fine, but so we can speak frankly and come to some agreements about what we are really going to do. Because I can tell you, every time this committee brings something in here, it's going to get picked apart just like this, and you're going to be right back to ground zero again. That's a motion.
Discussion.
I've always suggested everything needs to come back before the Board of Commissioners. This is a serious issue. One of the most important things we do as commissioners is solid waste. It is always going to be what most of us do. And
Commissioner Waters.
I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with Commissioner Richard's motion. But if he's been here 24 years and ain't done nothing, ain't no way in the world I'm gonna come there and try to do it. I mean, it's a thing that you just got to talk to letting people pay for carrying the trash.
Well, we need to come to agreement on how we're going to enforce that and how we're going to go about doing it, because every time it's talked about, you got people hauling trash across the Pamlico County line and dumping it. You got people hauling trash across the Pitt County line and dumping it. You got trash up and down the roads, and you got literally no enforcement. Republic does what they can. That's the only enforcement that's out there, but there's ways to enforce this. Believe me or not, when I was working in Kentucky, I cleaned trash up in a half a county, but nobody wants to listen to me as to how I did it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any problems having a workshop. I mean, the fact that Hood's not been able to get anything done in 24 years, I think speaks well for himself.
Oh, you need to take the reverse, Frankie. It doesn't speak very well for the rest of you guys, because I can move it and shake it.
Well, one of the things you got to realize is that when you get into the budget process and you start talking about capital expenditures and you talk about increasing the fees, you've never voted for an increase, so you've never solved the problem.
Politics.
That's it in a nutshell.
Politics, Frankie. Politics, Frankie. I've been reelected for 24 years. There's a reason.
Because you do absolutely nothing. That's it.
And people like that on occasion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second to do some workshops. Is that right? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, 5-1. Workshops adopted.
Commissioners, I'd just like to say thank you for the time this evening, and just want y'all to know that Republic is committed to working through this in whatever capacity, whatever level of participation. We're committed to those workshops or anything else moving forward to help the county.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thanks.
Commissioner Richardson, jail door repair report.
Yes, well,
Work completed during July. All hardware and all material was received. Demolition was completed in the control room. The walls were painted and the new control room counter was installed. New stainless steel shower insert was installed in A block. The conduit was run above the ceiling from all of the cell blocks to the control cabinets, which is located behind the control room. Hollow metal frames and doors were installed in all of the precast locations, so all of the precast openings were expanded and cut, and all housings for the sliding devices were installed, and the new MRCs, or manual release cabinets, were installed. Work scheduled for August, they will continue aligning and leveling the sliding doors. They will complete the installation of the hollow metal doors and frames, also complete installation of the new locks on the chase doors and remaining doors, and they will install glass. Staff has been working with MTS, checking on them every single day. We have a fire watch. The fire alarm has to be deactivated every day because they're still doing a lot of grinding and cutting and that type of thing. So maintenance staff is very involved in the scheduling. It has been a very difficult job. Everyone knew that it would be from the time that they got down there and started cutting. If you've walked by the jail, you've probably seen puffs of black and different things coming out where they've got the exhaust system going out. So it has been difficult. They have been there working since they've come back since July 4th. They've worked at least 6 days a week. They brought in additional staff. However, MTS did notify me this week that they did not anticipate being completed by August 7th, which was not a surprise to me considering I've been down there and seen the progress that they've been making. But with the delay in the delivery due to COVID and other issues, I wasn't very surprised by that. But they are telling me that they do believe that they will have everything other than final touch-up paint complete by August 14th. Based upon what I saw when I went through there today, I believe that that's pretty close. I think that they'll have the doors operational and the meat of the project installed. For those of you that read through the RFP document, you'll see that there was a lot of other, touch-up paint, final cleaning, things like that. I still have some concerns about, testing out equipment and existing systems because of the amount of dust and debris. We have to go back and retest the fire alarm system and televisions, round systems, things like that, which have been covered, but they've also been uncovered, and things, construction process, you always have to go back and retest existing systems. They should work again, but oftentimes they do not. So, again, they should be substantially complete, which is a construction term, which means that the system should be operating normally, but there may be a few things here and there where it's not going to be exactly perfect. There's one sliding device in cell block C. The doors will operate. It's going to operate. They'll be able to move inmates in and out, but the housing is longer than it should be. They field measured incorrectly. We field modified it as much as we can. They're still working to see if they can get another maybe inch and a half. But if it's not exactly like it should be, there may be a time down the road that they may just have to come back and manufacture a new one and come back and take that one down and put another one up. If we're paying the amount of money that we're paying, it needs to be right when they leave. But again, it'll be to the point where they can move inmates back. If you recall back to the original project work schedule, even after MTS was complete, I still had a few weeks in so that we could do other work in the facility. So the plan now is to streamline those last 3 weeks that we had and to push that work together to make up for that extra week. So my plan is that the work will still be complete by the 3rd week in August, which that's what I'm pushing towards, because we still have some HVAC work that needs to take place, but I cannot do the HVAC work until the dirty work, for lack of a better term, is complete. Until the cutting and grinding things that's making the airborne particles is complete, I can't go in and do a cleaning of the HVAC system until all of that work is complete. And right now, they're still cutting bars and that type of thing. So, again, while MTS does have it's telling me a week delay, we're doing everything that we can to still get it complete by the 3rd week of August. So it's not good news.
I wish I could tell you that it was perfect news, but I've talked with MTS, with the management. They've brought on additional staff, they've ramped up, they've done that. If they bring on many more people, they're tripping over each other in there, and until they finish the actual cutting and grinding, you just cannot have but so many people in that facility just because of the way it's laid out. And when you've got the exhaust fans and the tubing and the exhaust systems to get it out, it's just not safe to have but so many people in there because it's too many trip hazards. So hopefully there's 2 frames that they're cutting out that he's told me that they'll be finished with that this week. So once they get that done, there should be substantial progress once they can get that complete and get moving around. But the wires are pulled, and then hopefully it should be moving along very quickly.
Is it electronics, computers, is all that in?
The wires are pulled, the computers are here, they're sitting there, they're still in the box, they haven't made the connections. Again, until the dirty work is complete, you don't want to pull that out of the box and do those connections yet. So until they do that, and the cutting into that precast it's just taken a lot longer, and that facility, nothing is square, nothing is plumb. The grate door on the east end, I think they set it and removed it and reset it 3 or 4 times. It's not making excuses, it's just taking them longer to do it than what they anticipated.
I think do you understand the frustration here? I think you do, but we're spending $47,000 a week.
Commissioner Rebholz, there's not a person in this room that's more frustrated than I am, dating back to 24 months ago when this was dumped on me. So absolutely, I can tell you there's no one that's more frustrated than me.
Have you been involved in this, Brian?
Commissioner Richardson?
Well, look, I'm beginning to get happy about this. And while I'm very disappointed in the way the whole project was handled, the way it come back, the subterfuge that was done, the fact that the commissioners weren't involved, the underhandedness that went on in shutting the jail down without notifying the commissioners, on and on I go. But at this point, folks, I've saved you $25 million because you got practically a brand new jail, and you don't need to build a new jail. That deal is over with. Now, there's one thing that I need to just report is factual information. Of the 48 prisoners that Beaufort County has, 12 of them have been incarcerated more than 6 months. And that's my report to the district attorney this month. And I will say the district attorney has been cooperative when he becomes aware that things like this are going on. He usually moves and does something about it. So just think about it. If we tried people in a timely manner, and if the commissioners would put their shoulder to this, we need even less jail than what we've got now. So I'm beginning to I've got a smile on my face. While this has been expensive, it still did not approach $25 million and a whole boondoggle of moving the government out of Washington.
Any more discussion?
What, maybe I missed it. Is there a target date that we might have inmates back in?
I'm not in charge of the inmates.
Okay.
I'm not BCSO.
Well, when do you think it'll be available for?
I'm still sticking to being complete by the 3rd week of August.
Third week
That's
of
what I
August.
had stated previously, and that's what I'm doing, everything that I can to get complete. But
So that's the
again,
21st? 21st?
All you can go is what they did.
Our contract with Pitt runs through the end of the month. So if they're able to get the 3rd week of this month, then we'll be able to put them in that last week, and we won't bump up on our $100.
Well, the good thing is we're not having to.
No.
Our price goes up at the end of the month per inmate.
Oh, per inmate over in Greenville. But have we got liquidating damages on Montgomery?
We do if there's not a contract extension, but there's been all sorts of issues with that, so.
Commissioner Waters?
Keep in mind, this was not a normal award. This was not a normal design project. This was not a normal awarded project because we chose not to go through the normal procedures to award this contract.
Stan, you got a question?
You mentioned,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned something about some measurements being done wrong.
Yes, sir.
Did they do them themselves?
Absolutely. They came here 3 different times to field measure.
So they're responsible for those mistakes?
Absolutely.
Okay, we need to be cognizant of that going forward. I mean, if they want to hit us.
I think we are.
Extra money, that's what I'm saying, is that we're not going to.
Did you hear me?
Extra money's not coming from them. Extra money's coming from Pitt.
No, we're not. No, that's what I said, that if it will be operating, and then they would come back and replace it. Would be on their dime, not on ours, no.
You said that, Bill, I'm thinking they had to be in charge of making those measurements.
Yes, they did.
Commissioner Waters?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Okay. Christina?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Are we going to have a ribbon cutting, Christina, when we get this thing done?
I actually hope that we have a ribbon cutting. I would like to invite the media so that each time there's a news story, they would stop showing pictures that are 10 years old of that facility and start showing some of the new pictures of the facility.
I think that's
It
a
looks
great, I think that's a great
It looks a
idea.
lot better in there than it did, yes.
Christina, there will
Yes,
be
sir.
a day in which you formally turn it over to the sheriff, though, right? When you say, look, we're done with this, we're turning it over to you, and that's the third week in 21st of August, right?
You were intent on pulling me into this thing. It is my understanding that there's, Brian, you may have to help me out, that there's, the Superior Court judge also has to be involved with something about an inspection of the facility, but we will.
You can get the grand jury to inspect it. That's what you should do.
My understanding is he has to sign off on the order. I'm sure he wants him back up here.
Yes, but
Yeah.
I will continue working with the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office as we have been doing during this entire time to open the facility back up so that they can move back in.
Well, what I'm really saying is on the, whatever the date is, there's a 21st or whatever, I do think you've got a great idea. We should do a press release and invite the press in before the prisoners get in the jail. That's a motion.
With a caveat, no ribbon cutting.
I don't care if you cut a ribbon. I bring one, I'll cut one on my place next door.
I'll support that, Hood, as long as there's a ribbon. I'm not going to fall for that, not having a ribbon there.
Oh, no. Hey, I got an idea. What we all had shovels and hard hats.
Are there security concerns? Are there, I mean,
Motion on the floor. It's up to the sheriff to take it over after you turn it over to them and do whatever searches that he needs to do to make sure the place is for his benefit. So you got two things going on here. You've got your cleanup and you're turning it over to him. And before he puts prisoners in there, it's his responsibility to make sure the place is safe too.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. The ribbon cutting. 6-0, motion adopted. What?
For them that want to go.
For them to want to go, you don't have to go, just a ribbon cutting. We're down,
Release and a ribbon cutting.
thank you, thank you, Christina. We're down to item N, item for decision, Chief Deputy Charlie Rose.
Christina, go home. Breathe deep. I am not Chief Deputy Charlie Rose. So I have the item for you tonight. I had conversations with Chief Deputy Rose about it. And essentially, he was not, well, he was told not to attend the meeting, it's my understanding, but his comment was also that the Beaufort County personnel policy in its writing reads the county manager is responsible for administering the personnel policy. So he says that this is related to the personnel policy, so it would be my responsibility to do that. So I'm happy to present that to him. Obviously, this is a decision the board has to make. This is relating to vacancies. As you will recall, the board several months ago put a freeze on vacancies when vacancies occur in the county. We were to bring those back to you. DSS has done that on a couple occasions and did that again tonight.
These are they're actually 5 positions. When it was put in the agenda, they're only showing 4. But it's actually 5 positions that the sheriff's office has vacant at this point in time that they are asking the board to fill, to allow them to fill. One is an administrative assistant position, one is a school resource officer position, one is a telecommunicator position, the one you don't have is a deputy position, and then what they are calling a technology specialist position in 911. Now let me explain that one. They currently have 2 vacancies at 911, my understanding. One of the telecommunicators, they're asking to fill that position. The second position, they're asking to take that telecommunicator position and reclassify that position to a technology specialist so that they can handle the additional computer work and all the other stuff they've got to do in the 911 system. So what they would like to do is take that grade 12 and make it a grade 25. Now I know we're going to get into a little back and forth on this, but I will tell you what my understanding of the law is and what we have been told in the past is that the sheriff has the exclusive responsibility to dictate the functions of his staff. If there is a job that he has and he changes the job description of what those people do, and it fits in another category that we have in our personnel policy, he can say, you are now doing this job, and you are now in that position, if he has the funds in his budget to do it. His funds in his personnel and benefits have been restricted by this board. So he only has a certain amount. He can't bring money in from his operating budget unless you allow it. They've looked at this and said that they can do this, and that's what they are requesting.
Okay, number one, if they're requesting, then they need permission from us. So it's not he's not all powerful. But are you referring to the statutes that say that he has charge of his staff?
Yes, sir.
Those 2 general statutes, they don't say staff. What do they say?
They say his personnel.
No, they don't.
I mean, I have to pull it, but it says...
Yeah, we'd have to pull it because we both need to read it. I know what it says. I've read it 25 times.
What does it say?
It says deputy.
Okay.
It only applies to the deputy register of deeds, which is appointed directly by the register of deeds and is the same as a register of deeds, so they have control of that. And the same law applies to the sheriff and the sheriff's deputies, not his staff.
Commissioner Richard, I'll just tell you that in my conversation with the county attorney, my conversation with Carol Malonzi, who's an attorney with the School of Government, what they tell us is it's pretty clear. The sheriff has control over his people.
That's not what the law says.
Well, if there's semantics about people and deputies... No,
there's not semantics about it. A deputy is the same as the sheriff. A deputy register of deeds has the same powers as the register of deputy of the register of deeds. And those people need to have confidence in whoever they appoint to be a deputy to stand in for them. But the rest of those people are county employees. Now, we get ready to go round and round about this again.
I am not Chief Deputy Rose, so I'm not here to get...
I don't believe what the sheriff tells me, see? Unlike you, I don't believe what the sheriff tells me because I know better.
Well, I take people for their word to tell me the truth, and until we find out they're not. Now, my understanding from the law is that the sheriff appoints his folks that work for him. He has sole control over that.
I'll tell you what let's do. Let's get the statute at the next meeting, and let's read the statute. Clerk, would you produce the statute at the next meeting? Because I know what the statute says.
The chief, the
does it say deputy? The ones I've read say... Okay, I need a copy of that. No, it says deputy. It doesn't say employees. It says deputy.
Commissioners may fix the number of salaried employees in the offices of the sheriff and exercise, and I skipped over registered deeds, and exercising the authority granted by this section, the Board of Commissioners is subject to the following limitations. Number 2 is each sheriff and registered deeds elected by the people is entitled to at least 2 deputies who shall be reasonably compensated by the county. Each deputy so appointed shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing officer. That's the sheriff.
Right. So where are we talking about staff and secretaries and people that do telecommunications as he can hire and fire them that they're not county employees? Where does it say that? It doesn't. It never did. I've been here 24 years, folks. I've seen a lot.
It does say that.
Well, why don't we just present that at the next meeting? I'll ask the clerk to present that as an agenda item at the next meeting, and we can all read it and see what it says.
Commissioner Waters?
My question, Brian, is during the budget process, we approved the budget and we capped the number of employees for the sheriff, the detention center, or the jail, as well as the 911 center, and that number was 102.
That's correct.
Now, are these 5 positions vacant right now? And
They are. The only position that is not vacant right now is a deputy who has given his 2-week notice to go to work for the state of North Carolina. That one is not currently vacant, but it will be in 2 weeks. So they are asking permission to go ahead and fill that one as well. That's the deputy position.
but we're not going above the 102.
No, sir. These are all existing positions. They're within the 102.
Okay.
No new positions.
The other point, I think, what Commissioner Richardson is talking about is the one where we're talking about the big change in the grade.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the other ones are positions that have been approved.
Yeah, that's right. But I want to know, what does Joseph Knox do over there? We're paying him a big fat salary, $60,000 a year or something. What does he do?
He is a technology specialist as well.
Oh, wow. So he's been doing this work, hasn't he?
Well, I can't speak for the sheriff and what his folks do, but my understanding is with the body cameras and all the other stuff that they're doing, this is a person that would be dedicated to the 911 center. That's my
Let's go back and get into the nitty-gritty of this thing a little bit. I believe that you said that the chief deputy had been told not to come to this meeting.
He was instructed, the sheriff told him not.
See, the sheriff hasn't been in front of the Board of Commissioners now in about 3 years. And the chief deputy stopped coming about 6 or 8 months ago. And what I'm saying as a commissioner, if you guys have got any guts about you at all in looking after the public's money, instead of listening to what the sheriff tells you that you supposedly have to believe because the honorable sheriff said it, this is not an honorable sheriff, number one, or he would be in here in front of us and he wouldn't be telling his people not to be here. You will table this until the sheriff makes an appearance, if you have any guts at all in representing the public.
Go ahead.
Mr. Manager,
Yes, sir.
these 5 positions, and I understand that we got a cap of 102 people. Are these the 5 positions that he cut out of, are these the 5 positions that he cut to give raises? He said he didn't need, are these the same 5 positions?
No, sir.
Okay, they are not.
No, sir. He only has 102 positions allocated by the board. The board adopt 102 in the budget.
Okay. So what he did when he presented his budget last year, what he said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not going to try to manage the budget, but I'm not going to let them push me around and do what they want to do either.
Right.
We were told that there were 5 people down doing budget time. Is that correct?
What the chief deputy told this board and told me and told this board was that they wanted to make adjustments based on changes to salaries of their existing employees, and that they would do that and hold the budget flat. In order to do that, they took 5 positions and did not fill them and froze them during the budget time to say, look, we did exactly what we told you we were going to do. We brought you back a flat budget. When the board adopted the budget, they adopted 102. Last year, you had 107 in there. You adopted 102 this fiscal year.
So it was 107 last year.
That's correct.
So now this was 102 because it was 5 positions and 3 calls, if I'm not mistaken, 2 calls. How many was it?
It was
4 calls. Okay. So, but these 5 is not involved.
That's correct. These 5 are part of the 102 that are vacant.
97 right now employed, and he wants to get back to 102.
But the thing, I don't have a problem with filling these positions for, because this deputy that's leaving will withdraw his resignation and then be stuck out there. So I don't have a problem with approving it for. I mean, if that's taken to his cap,
The 102.
the 102, we'll not go over that 102.
Problem is that the position that they're wanting to upgrade, we don't have good answers on that. You know, a position was created for the sheriff's political friend, Joseph Knox, at $60-something thousand a year while he went to the university, while he went to East Carolina University, and Lord knows how that payroll worked out. So what does that guy do? You know, why can't he take care of the technology? The sheriff's got 100-something employees. One technical guy should be able to take care of all of that. Why do we need more technical people doing this? And the motion is on the floor that says that we don't approve this until the sheriff appears to answer questions. And that's what we need to be doing in our job of looking after the county's money, because he's wanting to create another position that pays a lot more money than a position that he had. And we have a duty and an obligation to the public to make sure the money is spent a whole lot more responsibly than the sheriff has spent it during the last 6 or 7 years.
Commissioner Waters?
I'm going to oppose the motion to table. I'm sort of like Commissioner Booth. I'm in favor, it's in the budget, to approve the 4 and exclude the 1 that you're talking about, the technology specialist.
Stan?
Discussion phase. Yeah, the technology is something I have a lot of inner knowledge about. I'm like Hood, who knows, God, 99% of the people in this county, they look at this clear eyes. Why does the sheriff have an IT guy and then has to go get another one? When we have a county that has maybe 1 or 2, maybe 2 IT people, and they handle a lot more work than the sheriff's people do. And I will argue you could roll the sheriff's IT into our county's IT and save even more money because of economies of scale. I don't understand a sheriff having a separate IT person. That just makes absolutely no sense to me. Me understanding IT, probably more than anybody in the sheriff's office. Me understanding that. Why does he need an IT person? Anyway, and now we're going to get 2. I mean, I would vote against it for that. I haven't had the opportunity to vote against that yet. Now I get the opportunity.
Good.
Well, let me back up, Stan. Entertain this thought. I'm just talking right now. What Frankie has said probably is the way to do this, and that is to approve the 4 positions and leave the IT position out. We're not approving that. And let the sheriff come over here and explain to us why he needs all this stuff. I'm willing to withdraw my motion and go in that route, because that accomplishes what I'm trying to accomplish, which is to keep the sheriff from continuing to bloat his budget. If you recall, those 5 positions that he surrendered were actually phony positions. They never existed. That was the $250,000 or $300,000 that he took and gave the $5,000 and $10,000 raises to his employees without the commissioner's approval. Boys, you got a problem with this sheriff. You'd better sit up and take notice. This thing's only going to get worse. But I'll withdraw my motion if you withdraw your second.
I will withdraw my second, understanding that we all understand this motion is going to take that IT person out. Right. Okay. Well, okay. So we're on a different level here.
Say it again. That's good.
Yeah.
Make the motion.
Well,
You got to make the motion.
So
I'll second it.
your motion.
All right.
I withdraw my second.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. 6-0, motion is adopted. Okay. Brenda Hamilton.
Bud Richards.
Are you going to give a report on this? Well, I'll wait till your report.
Before I say anything.
They have an update from the chief deputy. He emailed me this afternoon. It's from Jim Van Lanningham. Says, I spoke with Ginger this AM. This was an email that was dated July the 29th. Ginger's the lady at University of Florida. I spoke to Ginger this AM. She has done some testing on the nutria, which is not yet completed. One of her team members, Dr. Bird, has asked her to swab areas on the nutria that other than the wound itself for more DNA testing. She was headed to the lab to do that today. She will then begin testing the flashlight next. She is looking for large cat, bear, and canine DNA. She will then move on to DNA test the swabs that we took from the victim's scalp.
I'm going to withhold my judgment on this thing. I'm glad to get this report. This thing's moving incredibly slowly. This family deserves more than this, and we need to give them more than this. So thank you for that report.
Dan, add to tax bill report, Hood Richardson.
Mr. Chairman, could we take a slight 5-minute break? You okay with that, or you want to just keep rolling?
Stand recess for 5 minutes.
Dan, I'll be quick.
Promise? Cost of operating Beaufort County Schools, Hood Richardson.
Well, the superintendent has sent word that he can't be here to report on the new schedules for the operating of the schools because he's so busy preparing for the storm, and I've talked about this earlier, for the hurricane, so he's on the agenda for next month, and we'll take a look at where these costs are because he's getting $17 million a year from us. So how is he spending that $17 million? He really doesn't want to tell us, but we're going to try to pry it out of him. So that'll happen next month.
Okay, we're down to item for decision P, no wake zone request, Commissioner Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had a request from one of the citizens, Mr. Dick Adams in Bath, concerning the possibility of a no-wake zone. And there was a petition signed. This was dated May of 2020. And I'll just read the introduction. It says, due to the annual increase in the use of watercrafts and the increase of the speed of which the crafts are capable, each have become safety issues and are causing deterioration of piers and bulkheads of property owners. We request that the commissioners move forward to establish a no-wake zone in Bath Creek by the beginning of the summer traffic. And we know that that's impossible because we're in the month of August. But anyway, that was signed by 18 landowners. In doing my research, I talked with a few of the people involved in the town of Bath government, and let's see, on July the 13th, they brought that up in discussion. They had a vote, and the vote was 4-1 in opposition of a no-wake zone. The North Carolina Wildlife Commission came down and reviewed and declined, and I'll call your attention to page 338. The summary was the portion of Back Creek from the bridge to the mouth has limited amounts of residential traffic and/or recreational activity, as well as limited navigational hazard. A boating incident is less likely to occur in this section of the creek. This was dated June the 22nd, 2020 by Officer Nelson. In addition to that, I've not had conversation with the owner of the quarterdeck, but I understand that he also is in opposition to the no-wake zone. So we do have, I think, 3 or 4 here from Bath. And, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow maybe one of them to come up and speak for no more than 3 minutes, I would appreciate it.
This is unusual for us to do that, but if you can pick one person to come up, we'll give them 3 minutes, and then there'll be no discussion, just make your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Maud Bishop. I'm a homeowner in Bath on Back Creek. My father, Jack Bishop, built our home 43 years ago. Over the past few years, the traffic from the watercraft have increased exponentially. This is causing a safety hazard in this narrow little body of water. The mouth of Back Creek, and I happen to be located directly on the mouth of Back Creek, is only about 500 feet across. In past years, I could safely enjoy water activities with my child and his 11 cousins. Now it is unsafe for me to kayak and paddle boat across the creek with my 3 young grandchildren. Had I known there were nice monitors here, there'd now be a picture of my 3 young grandchildren up on those monitors, by the way. This past spring, a community member from Bath was fishing from his boat near Back Creek Bridge. He was on the bow of his boat, untangling fishing lines. A speeding boat went across his bow, knocking him out, and he fell, fortunately, back into the boat instead of into the water. Boats and jet skis come into the creek at speeds as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour now. All we ask is that they cut their speed until they get on the other side of Back Creek Bridge or until they return to Bath Creek. This is only a distance of approximately 1,400 feet. I've been informed by Betsy Haywood, as you know, she's the coordinator for no-wake zones for the North Carolina Wildlife Commission, that wildlife enforcement officers spoke with residents of Back Creek, and that only one person, Dick Adams, was in favor of a no-wake zone. This simply is not true. Mr. Waters, my calculation of the signatures is 20 signatures, and you said 18.
It's based on the one that's in our book.
Okay, I think there's been an updated one, which we can certainly get to. But Mr. Adams has 20 signatures of the 23 residents affected by this area on Back Creek in favor of a no-wake zone. So it's 20 of 23. As I still work full-time in Greenville, I rent my home in Bath some. This has been one of the busiest retail seasons I've ever had. And I'm happy to say that all my guests do stimulate the economy of Beaufort County. That being said, just this morning, I received a text from my renter who was checking out, and this is it here, I printed it off, and she said some nice things, but then and I highlighted this, good luck with your no-wake zone efforts. After witnessing yesterday's river traffic, it is definitely needed. I could line up every renter that I've had this summer, and they would say something similar to this. It's about my 3 minutes? Okay, I did pretty good. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion in favor of a no-wake zone. It seems like, from what I heard from this discussion, that it would be from the Back Creek Bridge back out towards the point of the peninsula, at least the rounding of the peninsula, 1,400 feet or so. And it's not that interminably of a long distance. I think we need to think about the property owners who pay the taxes on that piece of property. On that piece of land.
Second.
Discussion. John?
Who do they pay who do you pay? Do you pay Bath taxes? City of Bath?
Yeah, Bath taxes.
And county taxes.
And county. Okay. So the closest government to this issue has said no.
Well, that's true, but the other side of the creek is, the middle of the creek over is county. So we're as close as they are.
Wait a minute, he's got the floor.
I'm talking about the residents. Do you think if you went back with your 20 people to the state, that would make a difference? Because you said that they told you that they only had one person that said they weren't in favor of.
Officer went
Yeah.
and spoke. I don't know the answer to that, honestly.
Could I answer that? Mr. Chairman?
No. We forgive one person. I apologize. Yes.
I can answer.
You don't know anyone.
I can answer that. There's a lot of hearsay in this. There's been a whole lot of untruths told here tonight. And for those of you that don't know, Ed's been here for a while, Stan's been here for a while. You three guys haven't been here for a while. The state empowers the county on bodies of water within the county to put no-wake zone. The Beaufort County Commissioners, instead of going out and doing a study of the whole county and putting them on, we wait for local petitions. We have never turned down a local petition for a no-wake zone. Tranters Creek is a great example of it. So, and these are always safety issues. I myself have seen speeding boats that make huge waves in Back Creek. So there is a safety issue in Back Creek in the area that these people are talking about. And this is sort of a non-issue, and the citizens have petitioned for it. The citizens have petitioned for it, would never have petitioned for it unless they felt like they were in danger of some kind. And it is our duty to see to it that they are served. Now, the way this works is, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but the way this works is we approve the petition. It's up to the petitioner to see to it that the enforcement signs are put up, and then wildlife has no choice but to enforce them. Now, how this officer wrote the report that he wrote, I've been on Back Creek plenty of times myself, and it's a phony report. It's a political report.
Mr. Richardson, you're absolutely correct. The time I've been here, I have never voted not to approve a wake zone. But we also had the blessings of either the citizens or the towns. And if that's right, the citizens, and this time the town voted against it. Is it possible that we could let them go back to the towns and see would they reconsider their decision?
Well, for those of you who have been around for a while, politics in the town of Bath are quite a bit different than politics anywhere else. We need to forget about the politics in the town of Bath.
Well, that's the reason.
Because you'll never, excuse me, because you're never going to get anything but one person backstabbing another person, because that's the way it works. The right thing is to provide safety on Back Creek. That's what the issue is, and whether we're going to provide it or not is up to us and not the citizens of Bath.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I don't want to get into politics of Bath, but I also want to follow my directions, which I've been doing. And I don't care how they feel. If they come back and say, yes, we support a wake zone, I'd make the motion.
Brian, you got something?
Just real quick, I want to make sure the board understands clearly the statutory authority it has and it doesn't have in regards to no-wake zones. If you'll look, please, on page 334 in your book, this is the process for applying for a no-wake zone. The Board of County Commissioners does not have the authority to put a no-wake zone in place. The North Carolina Wildlife Commission is the only one that can do that. That's a rulemaking process they have to go through. The way it works is there's something that comes from the public that says we have an issue. That comes to us, we send that to the no-wake coordinator, Ms. Betsy Haywood. They send an enforcement officer out to look at it. The State of North Carolina Wildlife Commission looks at things like underwater obstructions, other things, tight turns, those kind of things. They specifically say that they do not enforce no-wake zones for speed and those kind of things because that's an enforcement issue. If you look on page 340, and I'm just trying to make sure you guys clearly understand, that's why we added this information in there. I'm sorry, on page 339, it says the commission does not enact no-wake zones to mitigate erosion, noise, or property damage. There is no North Carolina statute that establishes no-wake zones around docks or piers. So what happens is we make the request, a staff referral goes to the wildlife group. They send an enforcement officer out to do a report. We've done, I don't know, 4 or 5 of these since I've been here. The officer comes back with a report. They look at all the ins and outs of it. They make a recommendation, yes or no. When that recommendation comes back to us, if it's yes, we bring it to y'all. If the recommendation is no, we've had conversations with Ms. Haywood. I asked her specifically, and this was a couple of times ago, I said, if we get a recommendation from the wildlife officer that says no, it does not meet the requirements for a no-wake zone, will the North Carolina Wildlife Commission overrule that officer and move forward? She said, I've never seen them do that. She said, but if y'all want to push it forward, that's fine. So if the board wants to push it forward, you can push it forward. I'm just telling you, we haven't from a staff level pushed it forward because we've been told if they say no, the board's not going to overturn them. But it's the rulemaking process through the North Carolina Wildlife Commission. They have to do a public notice. They have to put it, the whole piece goes through on the rulemaking piece. It takes about a year to get it done. We just have, if y'all remember the one for Chocowinity, Witcher's Beach, that one just got approved a couple months ago. That happened last year. So it takes a good long time to get through because they have to do a couple of things. But the process is on page 334.
Well, I understand, I appreciate the report, but, since when does the opinion of one wildlife officer who may not be feeling good that day overrule the Board of Commissioners? If we think this is a safety issue, we need to do the right thing and push it forward. And if wildlife wants to fight us on it, that's up to them, because there's a whole lot of politics goes on within wildlife, and the people that want to push this thing through politically certainly have the wherewithal to push it through. But it's a safety issue. It's never been said that it was anything but a safety issue. So I
vote for it. I have a question for the manager. I looked through here and I didn't see.
Stan. John has.
Okay.
Somehow in this conversation, I heard that the county commissioners had the ability to authorize no-wake zones. But now I'm hearing what we don't have.
You do not.
Okay.
You can make a
So-
request.
So what are we voting on?
So that's why it's in front of you right now. That's why the project is here in front of you, to say whether you want to push this forward to Ms. Haywood to put in front of
The commission?
Wildlife Commission for them to rule whether they want to proceed with the process of rulemaking for a no-wake zone.
Can I?
Yes, Stan.
Okay, Brian, I looked through here quickly, and of course you've looked at it deeper than I have. Does it say anything where it's an adjoining municipality or be it a village has any bearing whatsoever, or is it the county that has the governmental gravitas to push this forward?
It can be any unit of local government. The town could have pushed it through, or the county could have pushed it through. The reason we reached back out to the town was because we were trying not to get the two boards crossways with each other.
Yeah. Sometimes that happens, though.
Well, we tried.
I mean, we the Beaufort County Commissioners are the largest governing body in Beaufort County, and we're a body politic of the state of North Carolina, which is the town of Bath is not. And these people came to us. I'm looking at 275 yards wide. I don't think it's 275 yards wide. That's almost 3 football fields. Back Creek is very narrow. Yeah, it's very narrow. And again, wakes can destroy property.
Good.
Well,
and there's a safety issue as well. Let me finish. There's a safety issue as well. I think what we do is we go ahead and put our vote on the line, either to help these people or not help these people, to further them along or send them a message to go home. Do one or the other.
Well, I think Stan is right, and that's what I wanted to say. I did say that the county commissioners have the wherewithal to create a no-wake zone, because if you look at that chart, John, it's not going to happen unless we support it. So we have the power to kill it or make it work. That's our power. And it's not going to work unless we approve it. If you kill it right here tonight, then you have denied these people public safety. And that's up to you to do whatever you want to do. But it's not going to happen unless the commissioners support it. That is very clear.
It's time to vote. Oh, you have one comment? Yes. One of the concerns I had when I talked with Mr. Adams was safety. And I've talked safety to everybody that I've been involved in. And the fact that the owner of the quarterdeck as opposed to it, that's the most critical area there. I mean, that's where people really have to slow down because of the bridge and because of people trying to go in there, in and out of the boat ramp. The fact that we've got the owner of that, and then we've got an elected group. I mean, I feel like that we're slamming the town of Bath, the elected officials, when we try to override them. I think the citizens need to go back and ask the town of Bath to reconsider it.
Commissioner Richardson.
Commissioner Waters, I know the owner of the quarterdeck, and I'll be checking with him to see what he really said about this, because I know the guy, and he's not that irresponsible of a person with the liability that he's got on his docks right there with people. They've already had one serious fire there. And also, I think you should disclose your conflict. I understand that your brother owns property that fronts on Back Creek.
No.
He does not.
Not in that area. Not in the area where the no-wake zone is.
But he has property that fronts on Back Creek.
On Bath Creek.
He has property that fronts at
Bath Creek.
Bath Creek, okay.
His lot is right next door to Eddie Smith's property.
Okay.
So I don't consider that a conflict. Based on my training, I would have to have some direct cash intrusion into my checking account. Unless you're going to put it in there, it's not a conflict.
I was just trying to clear your ethics up and make you into a clean person.
Time to vote.
Well, I've not been required to take special ethics class like you have, Commissioner Richardson.
If you want to swap insults, we'll do it. I'm ready to go, because Frankie, you told these people you'd support this tonight, and you lied to them.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed?
Passes.
4-3.
It can't be 4-3. 3-3.
3-3, I'm sorry.
We have a
3-3.
commissioner that's not here. Has he been excused?
There is a point of order here, that's right.
Yeah.
The Commissioner Langley has not been properly released from voting tonight, so this motion passed by 4-3. The board has to vote in order for him to be excused, and the board has not voted. Now, if anybody wants to overrule that, right now's the time to fight it. Don't leave this room and pull some behind the rules scene. Let's settle this right now.
I would challenge that under the circumstances. I would think that if we had voted it again, and we would have excused him because of the death in his family.
We did not vote to excuse Commissioner Langley.
That's right.
Doesn't matter. If he was here and leave, okay.
If you're here and you leave.
That's right. That's right.
You're never here, you're never here.
No, that's right.
Okay. We'll be reading up on that one too.
It's the truth.
Okay, motion failed. We're down to item Q, discussion and by Stan Deathridge.
He made the motion. He's on the town council. And if he has a problem, and he said he was against it, that's all they like to. It's true, and they a scheme for his house.
We can bring this up again, but just
Computer did.
let's do it again. All right. Okay, my item is a resolution, and I've written what I'm going to say, and I will continue, and then I'll read the resolution, then we can discuss it. This presented resolution is designed to protect personal and public property in the face of sanctioned lawlessness, and it is a broad encouragement to the public and all governments to make a stand to ward off the anarchists and the fascists who are determined to destroy our republic by any means necessary. And that is happening right now, whether you choose to see it or not. I've been in government a long time. I've been in politics even longer. And I can see when this republic has gone in a very dangerous direction. I'm 65 years old. I came through the 60s. I saw what happened then. It's nothing like what's happening now. And I think my wisdom and the wisdom of others is telling us we're in some bad times right now. The preservation of any government, which is a constitutional republic such as the United States of America, is the willingness of its people to conduct themselves in a manner to preserve what is good within this nation and work constructively in patriotic unison to the betterment of the people. That's all the people. A very small percentage of the people is what's known as a council culture, a poorly educated bunch, irrespective of any higher education that they may have achieved. The council culture, bolstered by rioting anarchists and fascists, is tasked with the Marxist motive to destroy our representative republic and rebuild it into an authoritarian dystopia where one entity will rule all, and consequently, all freedoms and life successes will be legislated by a one-party hierarchy. The purpose of this resolution is to serve notice that we know what the council culture is made of. We are learning of it firsthand, of their methods, their motives, and their resultant mayhem playing out each day on the responsible news outlets, at least the ones that are run by journalists that still respect the First Amendment. Moreover, this resolution exhibits a patriotic stand to protect the personal liberties of productive Americans who would protect public property from mobs of rioters, arsonists, and looters roaming randomly unchecked in many of our nation's formerly great cities, the vast majority governed by democratic socialist administrations. Okay, now for the resolution. Resolution. Local government should rightly be resolved to neutralize the council culture to preserve the republic. Whereas, Beaufort County citizens enjoy the benefit of protection from lawlessness as they are the represented component within our constitutional republic. We're the civil liberties of American citizenship, purchased by the patriotism of those that have long protected our people and guaranteed by our United States Constitution, is now coming into question as a sustainable element within many of our local governments. And whereas, after more than 10 weeks of abject lawlessness, riotous mobs formed under the guise of peaceful protest, then acted in a felonious manner to deny the civil liberties of others, thus terrorizing those who live in these accosted neighborhood zones by destroying, burning, and looting the property of others, while inflicting physical harm on the most defenseless of the local citizenry. And whereas, the cities and towns accosted by these lawless mobs are uniformly administered by democratic socialist politicians who have predominantly taken positions to celebrate the misapplied so-called First Amendment rights to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, to effectively protest, while enforcing a diminished presence by law enforcement, putting the safety of tax-paying citizens in great jeopardy. And whereas our forefathers wrote and ratified our United States Constitution and its subsequent Bill of Rights to offer their future constituents, our ancestors, we the people, and our children, the privilege to fulsomely live our respective lives in relative peace, where the rule of law will allow for all Americans to discover and enjoy their God-given freedoms. And whereas Beaufort County citizens realize that our God-given liberties of all Americans protected by our United States Constitution are placed in serious jeopardy when the widespread precedent of ignoring the rule of law, predominantly not uniformly enforced in cities governed by democratic socialist majorities, is a detriment to those very liberties that preserve our republic. And whereas a clear perspective of the reality of the aforementioned abject lawlessness and multiple other felonies will not be conveniently known to the public at large, should the propagandist nature of the democratic socialist controlled fake news continue their sacrilege of the public's First Amendment rights not to abridge the freedom of speech or of the press. And whereas the reality of these events swarming in these certain cities is being well recorded, whereby the information, it transcends the propagandists attempting to subvert public opinion to favor lawlessness of the anarchy and the fascism of Antifa, and to a lesser extent Black Lives Matter, to bolster what is now known as a cancel culture, who employs the semantics of propaganda to obfuscate the truth to effect an unreal reality, one akin to that of an Orwellian newspeak, whose ultimate plan is the erase and then rewrite of the history of our republic. And whereas the children of the cancel culture are the useful idiots of the anti-American left and their socialist agenda, regardless, even if our education system has failed them, there is still no excuse for their sophistic, irreverent, and dangerous behavior in respect to our republic's survival. And whereas Orwellian newspeak mentioned in 1984 from George Orwell's prophetic masterpiece proffers, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past, which now, prophetically speaking, is the manifested goal of today's propagandists, administering the democratic socialist controlled fake news outlets, who believe that they can control the message and eventually the will of the people. Therefore, let it be resolved that the Beaufort County Commissioners recognize the concerted effort by the Democratic Socialist controlled media to mislead the public in favor of their political ambitions to destroy our republic, in favor of the remaking of the United States of America into a nation that no true patriot would recognize. And let it be further resolved that Beaufort County's commissioners are resolved to protect the civil liberties of all citizens by enforcing all of our laws, thereby expecting all politicians in these United States to assume their sworn responsibility to likewise do the same, thereby properly restoring order from the perspective and overwhelming chaos resulting from the sanctioned, ongoing lawlessness and continued anarchist insurrection in cities predominantly governed by Democratic Socialist majorities. That's it. I look for you guys to vote on it, to pass it. We send it to every governing body in North Carolina and our delegation in Washington, D.C.
Second.
Discussion. Ready to vote?
Ready.
All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? 4-2. Who wrote that thing, Stan?
I wrote it. I wrote it.
No, you
Patriot wrote
didn't.
it. What?
You went way overboard.
Yeah,
You did.
This is a way overboard
Yes.
situation.
If you got down to just the last two,
Nah, this is
you could have
serious.
had a chance.
This is serious, man.
But
This
that's-
is serious stuff.
Huh?
This is serious.
Okay, we're on.
Might not be serious to you, but it is to me.
I
Yes.
see a second item here. I'd like a point of clarification.
Sure.
Wasn't he on the losing end last week when they voted? Didn't he vote, he lost about recycling last week? Huh? Last month? Wasn't he on the losing end?
I'm not putting forth a motion tonight.
No, but you can't bring it back up either.
So you don't want to do anything about recycling, no?
The rule is that if you make a motion during the same meeting, you can't bring it back up if you roll the losing side. That's at the same meeting.
Yeah.
You can bring it back.
You can bring it back. I'm not even talking about it much tonight.
Huh?
You don't want recycling in Beaufort County. I understand that. You think it's a bad thing.
I thought we
think it's a
voted
good
against it.
thing.
Well, go ahead, go
But
ahead.
it's something we're going
Didn't
to
you
talk
vote
about
against it?
later.
Didn't he voted to do away with recycling?
But it didn't fight.
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't vote. I didn't vote to do away with recycling.
I thought it was 3-0. Okay, number two.
It was
Number two,
seven-
Stan.
It was 6-1.
Feasibility of recycling,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Feasibility, well, it's something we're going to be talking about. It's something I'm going to be researching. And it's not an issue that we're going to make any determination tonight. I don't want to put any motion. There's nothing to motion. But I would like to know that I have I know Ed's not interested, but some of the rest of you commissioners may be interested in a full-throated endorsement of finding a way to recycle. and make it work. And I think it's going to have to be a regional plan. It's not going to work just for Beaufort County. Now, I will tell you what I've discovered, though. There are some counties that are doing some interesting things, and it's probably costing them a lot of money. I'm not saying we do those things, but we can do some of these things regionally. We could probably get grant money from either the state or federal government because they understand what's going on now. We have an infrastructure resurrection in this county, in this country, which that may be coming up soon. There will be money available for things like this. It will create jobs. It will keep a product on our shores where it does not need to go off our shores. We do not need to be sending hard materials across the ocean over to China. We do not need to do that. But we need to be able to handle these materials close by before they get trucked off somewhere else and then wind up either in the ocean or in China or wherever. And China's not taking anything anymore. And even if they are, who cares? We need to devise ourselves away from China as much as possible in the future. So basically what I'm going to be suggesting is that we look at a regional concept of how to handle the refuge from counties as recycling. And some of the things that they're doing in some of these other counties is like taking glass, which we can no longer put in recycling. They're chopping it up and probably rounding off the edges quite nicely and making material for driveways out of it. We already know that people are using construction waste of asphalt shingles to make driveways. It's called slag. It's mixed in with stone. There's a lot of things that could be done, and you can do it within a region because it's all about keeping it close. Trucking makes it completely
expensive.
Yeah, very well. It makes it untenable financially to send this stuff too far. You got to keep it close. So I'm thinking there's going to be a regional answer, and it's going to take time to look into it. But we need to be aware of it. We need to be working on it. I'm willing to ride point on it, but I'm looking to bring it before you commissioners that have an open mind and would be willing to be interested in something like this.
Aren't we going to have this workshops? Can we just
Well, yeah, we can talk about it in workshops too. That'd be great.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful thing.
You go do your work.
I'll do my work and bring it back. Okay.
We've got somebody that's going to attend, that's an expert, I say an expert. Do we not, Brian, that's going to be here? Is it Thursday? Thursday?
Good.
I think we need to invite the rest of the commissioners. I mean, it's public. Invite them to come and attend.
Have you talked to ECDC yet?
No, I have not.
So,
See?
you know
But I don't see that as a solution.
well, you don't know because you haven't even talked to them.
I'm looking kind of beyond that. But you know, what would you have me talk to them about?
About exactly what they are accepting or not, because according to David's, they're accepting everything but glass.
Okay, so you're getting that from David's. Okay. We're not getting that from Christina. What? Yeah, I know they're not taking glass, but there's other stuff they're not taking too. They're not taking paper products, except it's corrugated.
That's where he takes his.
Okay, we'll talk about that at the meeting.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, good. We'll talk about what is going on this month about recycling, because it's all changing every few weeks.
Go onto the website for the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality.
Yeah.
Take a look at what the prices are for recycled material.
Okay.
Okay? And that's the finished product.
But that's going to be changing too. Everything's changing. Everything's in a state of flux right now.
That's for sure.
I mean, I'm looking at a big plan for.
I would fix Beaufort County.
Well, no, this is fixing Beaufort County, but how would you fix Beaufort County if you don't have a big plan? You're going to have a big plan to make it all work. Because it's not working now, and it just came up just like that, and it's going to come up again. I don't think you're going to be able to go back to the way you were, first of all. Yeah, if you think maybe it's just me looking. I've been doing this a lot of years. Maybe I'm just looking forward. I don't think you'll ever be able to go back.
Stan.
No. I've been doing this a long time, John. John, I don't guess. I'm usually pretty accurate.
Stan.
accurate about what's going on in this world right now, in this nation.
Stan.
I'm very accurate.
You're out of
You
order,
guys are gonna be
Stan.
wrong.
Stan, we got a workshop coming up.
Oh, okay,
Let's-
very well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This item is a request for overtime pay for the Health Department Fair Labor Standard exempt nursing staff. You have attached in your agenda item section 23 of the personnel policy, which authorizes the county manager upon recommendation of the department head to allow Fair Labor Standard Act exempt employees to accrue comp time. It further allows for monetary payment for exempt employees during times of natural disasters when emergency response and disaster recovery is required, and the county is under a declaration by the governor and/or the president. The health director has 3 exempt nursing staff who are working on COVID-19 testing and tracing. Due to the extreme workload, these staff members are unable to take off the accrued time that they're getting, their accrued comp time, and are subject to losing that time based on policy. The county is currently under a local, state, and federal emergency declaration related to COVID. The health director is recommending, and I am seeking the board's concurrence in paying overtime to the 3 exempt nursing staff of the health department who are working during the COVID emergency. To date, those hours are $284.50, which is approximately $13,715. So, thank you.
Second the motion.
Discussion. All those in favor, please raise, wait a minute, go ahead.
Can you use some CARES money to?
Ultimately, it would float around that way, yes.
You good? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 6-0, motion adopted. Go ahead, Brian.
Second item I have for you is the Essential Single Family Rehabilitation Loan Program for 2019. These are the bids that came in for, as you'll see on page 350, there were 4 cases of houses that were eligible for rehabilitation. These are homes these are property owners who have to qualify under certain conditions, elderly, other conditions. They have been approved under that program. These were the bids that were received. 3 of those, the low bidder was B&B Construction of Chocowinity, and the 4th case, Blair Shores Builders, was the low bidder. They're out of Plymouth, I believe. The total amount they can be is $30,000. So the recommendation is to award the first 3, case 1, 2, and 3, to B&B Construction of Chocowinity at the prices listed, and to award case 4 to Blair Shores Builders as long as that scope of work can be renegotiated down to $30,000 since they were low bidder on the original bid.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
One comment. I sent an email to Brian. I questioned case number 1 with the Plymouth address, and he pinpointed with GIS, and it's off of Highway 32 with a Plymouth mailing address. Thank you.
Discussion. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0, motion adopted.
Last item I have for you is a request for golf cart regulation. You have an email that was sent to Chairman Evans and Commissioner Dethridge by a citizen requesting the consideration for allowing the operation of golf carts in neighborhoods and roads surrounding River Road where the speed limit is 35 miles per hour or less. You also have attached in your agenda a copy of North Carolina General Statute 153A 245 that addresses that regulation. It is my understanding that the ordinance regulating this can be specific to neighborhoods or specific roads and does not automatically apply to the entire unincorporated area of the county if you so choose. I've got an email into the folks at School of Government, had a conversation with the city manager for Washington. They actually have that in place. And he said it was his understanding as well that it could be in specific areas if you wanted to do that. So if the board wishes for us to move forward with developing such an ordinance and in particular places, we would need to know that. So that would be our request to you.
I would like to suggest that if we do that, if we do agree to do that, that whoever's driving the golf cart must have a driver's license.
I'm not sure the statute says you have to have a driver's license. I mean, I don't know.
It's an ordinance, couldn't we?
A golf cart.
We can require that as an ordinance.
Golf cart is not a motor vehicle.
But we still require that.
It might be in the office.
Well, I'm not gonna support this thing anyway, because this is dangerous. They put kids out there and people with no experience. And while a lot of people think it's fun to get out and drive these things around, it's a hazard to traffic, and I'm not gonna vote for something that's gonna kill somebody.
It's, yeah, it's one
John?
thing on private roads, but on public roads, even though it's not like you said, a vehicle for the road, again, what'd you say, it's not a vehicle that's normal?
Motor vehicle.
It's not a motor vehicle, on a road for motor vehicles. I think it might be good and would lessen the liability of the county and probably the people themselves, should they have a license to drive.
John?
It shows a certain maturity.
Brian, let me give you a way out.
I'm just answering.
There's a House Bill 179, okay, that covers something called low-speed vehicles, okay, up to 35 miles an hour. This is a state regulation that says throughout the whole state, you can use a low-speed vehicle. Okay? It requires a driver's license. It does require them to have headlights, stoplights, turn signals, taillights, reflectors, parking brakes, rear view mirrors, windshield, speedometers, seat belts. It is not taxed like a vehicle. And I can tell you for sure, this came up when I was at Cypress Landing. We made an application, and Hood, you turned it down then.
Yeah.
Because of it being, the county didn't want to assume the liability of creating a ordinance and then have the liability be on them. You said just use the state.
So that's an existing statute?
Existing statute,
Okay.
state law, House Bill 179.
Great. Do you know which session that was?
2019.
Mr. Chairman, along the lines with that, that's where he's talking about is exactly where most of the places that this has come to have wound up. And the big complaint on that is, by the time you get all the gear on that, you've got a pretty expensive vehicle. And that's what people complain about. They want to take a dune buggy and drive it up and down the street. And that's very dangerous. And John, I think
You're right, I was thinking about where people wound up, I didn't know about the statute, but I know in the cases in the past, that's where they wound up.
So there is no motion.
There is no motion.
Are you saying there's not necessary for a motion? They can do it anyway without us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the law now. We don't need to do anything.
very well.
Okay, we're down to Katie.
Gentlemen, the Beaufort County Community College Board of Trustees is seeking an appointment for one of the positions that you appoint to. Mr. Chrisman has been serving in that capacity he came in sort of halfway through a term and has shown interest in continuing that term if you're interested in choosing him.
So moved.
second motion.
Discussion. All in favor, please your right hand. 6-0, adopted.
All right, a motion is needed to go into closed session under NCGS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, condition, and appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to go to closed session. Second.
Second.
All those in favor? 6-0.
All right, let's do it.
So moved. Second.